limousine class.
What a stunning female in the limousine ring to represent the breed. And truly that word stunning does come to mind. This is such an attractive female in every angle that I get the opportunity to analyze her. She's so soft, she's so multi-dimensional, she's so wide through her construction. I love her across her hook and pin set. A female that truly could have stood an immense amount of competition and stood in this exact same position. This is really a beautiful female and a lovely representation of the limousine breed. Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much, Joe. And your grand champion limousine overall in the breed goes to entry number 18, EMF HR Naomi 503N, shown today by Madison Robertson. Congratulations. Moving back to Ring B in our Speckle Park. This would be the females born in 2024. Make welcome entry number 11, Wolf Lake, Juniper 03M, shown today by Melody Brundridge. Entry number 12, Graham Creek Magma 24M with Miley Minshall. Entry number 13, Graham Creek Lady 5M with Maisie of Minshall. Entry number 14, KFC Miss Poppy 101M, Katie Cox. Entry number 15, Colgan's Mind Games, BSL 18M with Riley Minsell. Entry number 16, KFC Holly 34M, McKenna Webster. And rounding out this class will be entry number 17, KFC Delta 20M, Mira Webster. Class in the ring in Ring B is Class 8, the Speckle Park Purebred Females born 2024. You'll knock it out of the park. Limos, Speckle Parks, Galvies.
You announced the rodeo last night?
Yeah. We're going to move back to Ring A. Be ready for the Galvy division. For our heifer calves born in 2025, we do have one split in the Galvy division. In Ring A, walking into the pen right now is our Galvy females born of 2025. The entry number 51, Flaidland Kate 36N, ET, shown today by Braden Flaidland. Entry number 52, RAD Supernova Sensation 211N, shown today by Raleigh Little. Entry number 53, RWG Kitty N457 ET with Wasty Holman. Entry number 54, RWG Kitty N450 ET with Keston Holman. Entry number 55, LCF Sugar Lily 36N with Keegan Little. Entry number 56, DRT Lonesome Sissy 148N with Jamie Davidson. And rounding out this class is entry number 57, Tip Miss Lily 3N with Caitlin Thackeray. Class in Ring A is class number 21, Galvy females born 2025.
Back over here in our speckled park ring, we've got our yearling heifers here in the ring, and this will be your champion and reserve champion speckled park female. The female that we started the class off with, to me, just came to the top of this class quite easily. We love the elongation of this female through her front end. She's still has some boldness through her rib. Probably the best footed female in the class, and she just really puts a lot of pieces together. If I was going to be hard on this female, we would like to shrink down the length of those teats on this female, but the diameter I can appreciate when you compare it to some of the other females below her. So one that, like I said, came to the top of this class quite easily, and one that I think has a really bright future. We got some give and take as we in the second place here. I chose to go with the female. To me, out of the females we had standing here, she's one of the boldest, one of the widest base females that we have left. There are some females here that have a little more elongation through their front end, but one that this female, I really read her as just being a really good brood cow down the road, and she's sound enough to land in that second hole. As we go down the females that we left standing, this heifer up at front here, I love the front end on this heifer. I love how she ties in from her shoulder to her neck. When you compare it to the heifers that we pulled out, we just like to stouten her up a little bit, make her a little wider based when you compare her to these females. The same thing can be said for this next heifer going down the line, one that she just doesn't have that boldness through her rib shape when you compare to these other females. The white female walk, as we go down our line, we just like to clean up some foot and teat structure on this female, but you really like the front end on her for sure. Rounding out our class, a big top female, one that I'm going to say has probably got the best teat size and udder structure coming underneath her, but just needs to add a little more femininity and freshen her up when you compare to the females that we pulled out of the class. But a really nice set of yearling speckled park females, and that, like I said, is your champion and reserve champion speckled park yearling heifer here today.
Thank you very much, Aaron. And we do have the placings in class number 8. This would be the Speckled Park purebred females born in 2024. And your champion in the 2024 division goes to entry number 14, KFC Ms. Poppy 101M, shown today by Katie Cox. Your reserve champion in the yearling division, entry number 11, Wolf Lake Ya Juniper 03M with Melody Brundridge. We're going to move into the overall grand and reserve champion Speckled Park female. We're going to bring back in 2 calves out of class number 6, the purebred females born in 2025. Your champion was number 9, Wolf Lake Zarina 1N with Luke Brundridge. They'll be joined by number 8, KFC Kashmir 18N with Marilyn Victor, your reserve champion calf. They'll be competing against the 2 females I just announced, your champion yearling, number 14, KFC Miss Poppy 101M with Katie Cox, and the reserve champion yearling, number 11, Wolf Lake Juniper 03M with Melody Brundridge. Class in the ring is the overall grand and reserve champion, Speckled Park female.
Over on the Galvez side, we've got our calendar year heifer calves in the ring, and certainly some give and take in terms of type and kind. One of the absolute foundational pieces that Aaron and I hang our hat on, and it's something that we where we start every time we judge cattle is structure. We've got to have these cattle free moving. Cattle in our operation walk a lot of miles for water, and so sound structure is where we start, and that's why the heifer calf at the front of the class is where she is. She's the freest moving in her joints. She gets around the ring with some authority. She pushes off that hind wheel really nicely, and I like the way that she stays level through her top as she gets on the go. She is the youngest heifer in the class, and so when we compare her to her older counterparts, she's obviously got plenty of weight per day of age. She's got plenty of rib shape and natural dimension. I like the way this heifer blends from the top of her shoulder into her neck. If I could tweak her, I'd love to just square her off over her hook to pin set ever so slightly. But in terms of soundness and mobility around the ring, this is the heifer that comes to the front of the group. The heifer in second, this liver red heifer, is so attractive. She is longer bodied than the heifer that wins our class. Where I'd tweak this heifer if I could, I'd just like to widen her out through the base. I'd love to give her a little bit more width on those hind wheels as she gets around the ring. She wants to get just a little bit under herself as she gets on the go. But this is an undeniable heifer in terms of body dimension and length of side. Like I said, that liver red color makes her so attractive, and she really commands your attention as she comes in the ring. Some heifers in the line line that we left. Certainly we like so many pieces of these females. That black heifer up there is so attractive, and she's long-bodied. She's elevated through that front shoulder. She's clean through her skull design and shoulder structure, and I really love that about her. I'd love to just stouten her up and give her some more jam to compete with the other heifers. This big-bodied red heifer is so impressive when she's parked. She's got the most body in the class. She's lovely through that front shoulder and elevated through her skull. I love her hip design. Where I'd tweak this heifer is I'd actually bring those wheels underneath her and just give her a little bit more mobility and flexibility as she gets on the go. She wants to get outside of her skeleton as she's on the move. This black heifer, again, another very attractive female. This young man does an awesome job getting her stuck. She's one, I'd like to just tweak some adjustments on those hind wheels. I'd love to pull those hocks in underneath her just a little bit and give her some more flexibility. She wants to get just a little bit rigid as she gets on the go to move up with those two. The young man's red heifer here, I love the way this young guy gets her. There's an obvious relationship between these two, and that's so cool. I'd love to just stouten this heifer up. I'd love to give her some more jam as she gets down through from her hook to pin set and down into her stifle. I'd like to just see a little bit more heifer there. And the big power heifer at the end is the oldest heifer in our class, and I grant she's probably one of the highest performing females in the group. I'd love to soften her up through her center body and just give her a little bit more softness and dimension. She wants to get just a little bit flatter made compared to some of the other females in the ring, but that's a really attractive group of Gelve females. Gelve exhibitors, if you can just give me 1 minute, I've just got to do a little bit of paperwork before you leave, so don't take off on me just yet. Congratulations, junior Gelve breeders.
Well, thank you very much, Joe. And again, exhibitors, please remain in the ring. Joe does need to record a few numbers as well. We'd like to recognize your champion, Gelve female in the 2025 age split. Again, goes to entry number 51, Flaidlin KD 36N ET, shown today by Braden Flaidlin. And your reserve champion, 2025 model Gelve female, goes to entry number 56, DRT Lonesome Sissy 148N with Jamie Davidson. We're going to move back to the Speckle Park, and I believe Aaron is ready to slap his grand and reserve grand champion overall Speckle Park female.
Thanks, Glenn. Over here on the Speckled Park side, we've got 4 females that we brought back that I think really show what we're going to be looking for here today. We're going to want some stoutness. We're going to want some boldness through their middle. Some females that have some femininity and some breed character. But more importantly, we're going to want them sound. We're going to want them to drop as good a udder as we possibly can. So with that, I'm going to go out and select the female that I really feel in the Speckled Park breed here today puts those pieces together the best, and then followed by the reserve. Like I said, 2 females that I think will represent the Speckled Park breed well and really put the most pieces together here for me today.
And your grand champion, Speckle Park female, coming out of the calf division, goes to entry number 9, Wolf Lakes Arena 1N, Luke Brundridge. Your reserve champion, coming out of the yearling division, goes to entry number 14, KFC Miss Poppy 101M and Katie Cox. Congratulations. In ring A, we'll be ready for class number 23. This will be the Gelve purebred females born in 2024. We do have 2 exhibitors scheduled to show in this class. Walking into the ring will be entry number 58, RWG Parkland M320 with Wasey Holman. They'll be joined by entry number 59, Tip Miss Daisy 11M and Caitlin Thackeray. This is class 23, Gelve purebred females born in 2024. In ring B, we're going to move into the Semitol division. This would be the purebred females born in 2025. This would be split one. The entry 19, Boss Lake Miss Ellie 538N and Adeline Fisher. The entry number 20, TSS 63D, Black Mode 552N when Kyler Osborne. Entry number 21, Black Gold Miss Flirt 272N and Finn Pratt. Entry number 22, Flying W Miss Black Licorice 62N, Paisley Walkowski. Entry number 23, Copper Kettle Molly 254N and Colt Redicop. And entry number 24, WBC Emmy 36N and Nathan Fluelli. Class in the ring is split one in our Semitol purebred females born in 2025.
Over in the Gelve ring, we sure love the music playing. It's maybe not the junior edition of the song, but it's a good one for the morning. We're going to leave these two Gelve heifers the way they came into the ring, and it's that same piece that I've mentioned on this side, and I know Aaron has on the other. Structure rules the day for us. This is the freest moving heifer of the pair. She gets around the ring. She pushes so freely off of that hind hip and down into her hock. I love the length of side in this female. She's extremely attractive. She's got a real brood cow look about her. And for me, she's a really logical place to sort this pair of females. The darker heifer that comes into second is one you appreciate the body point of view. She's certainly got some shape over her rib and across into her loin. I would love to free this heifer up. She doesn't get around off all fours with the authority I'd like her to. I'd love to tuck those front wheels in underneath her skeleton more if I could and give her some more push off those rear hocks as she gets around the ring today. A nice pair of bred females in the Gelve breed.
Placings in Class 23 in the Gelve females, born in 2024 in Ring A. First place, your champion yearling female, goes to entry number 58, RWG Parkland M320 with Wasey Holman. Your reserve champion in the 2024 division goes to entry number 59, Tip Miss Daisy 11M with Caitlin Thackeray. Coming back into Ring A will be the overall grade and reserve champion, Gelve female. Coming out of the 2025 division, we'll have entry number 51, Flaidlin Katie, 36N, ET with Braden Flaidlin. They'll be joined by entry number 56, DRT Lonesome Sissy, 148N, and Jamie Davidson. Coming out of the 2024 division in the Gelve purebred females, your champion was entry number 58, RWG Parkland, M320 with Wasey Holman. They'll be joined by entry number 59, Tip Miss Daisy 11N and Caitlin Thackeray. Class in the ring in Ring A is the overall grand and reserve champion, Gelve female.
Got our first split of Semitol heifer calves here in the ring, and a really fancy and impressive set of black heifers we've got here in the ring. We decided to start the class here with a female that just puts the most pieces together. Is she the fanciest heifer in the class? No, she isn't. But for me, she's one that gets out and moves well. I would like to freshen her up a little bit if I was going to be really picky on this heifer, but she is carrying that extra condition fairly well. She's able to get out and move fairly well when you compare to some of the other heifers in the class. We love the boldness that this heifer has. She's big hipped. Like I said, if I could change her at all, I would maybe clean her up in that front end a little bit, but I do like that shoulder angle and how she ties from her shoulder into her neck. And just a female to me just very much reads, maybe not so much as a super fancy show heifer, but one that's going to in the long run go out and make some bull calves that are going to go out and do good things in the industry. The female that we put in second here, one that on the standstill, she would have won the class. One that we love, I love the front end on this female, how she extends out. I love the boldness to her. One that just really puts a lot of pieces together, dropping a beautiful underneath her. We just like to stouten her up a little bit, make her a little wider based at the ground. Maybe that's just getting pretty picky on her, but just just give it a little more fluidity in those back hocks when you compare her to the female that places above her. But one on a different day, and if she was moving a little more, she would have moved into first place here. But as we see him here today, we're going to go with the bolder type of heifer to start our class. Not to take away from the three females that we have left here. This heifer calf up front here, one that, man, if you could put this front end on every one of them, that would sure be cool. I love how she that shoulder angle and how she carries from her shoulder into her head and neck. One though we just need to stouten her up a little bit and just give a little more set in those back hocks when you compare to the heifers that won our class. Heifer next on down the line, one that in her own right, she's got some top to her, she's got some length of body. She just gets a little more round in that hip and just maybe a little outpowered when you compare to the other females. And that beautiful bald-faced female that rounds out our class, one that like this heifer up front, love that front end on her. Just need to stouten her up at the ground when you compare to these females that we're pulling out of this class, but a really nice set of Semitol females to start off here.
Thank you very much, Aaron. And the placings in our Semitol class 16. This would be split 1 in our Semitol calves. First place in split 1 goes to entry number 22, Flying W Miss of Black Licorice, 62N with Paisley Walkowski. And in second place, entry number 23, Copper Kettle Molly, 254N, and Colt Redicop. We're now ready for our grand and reserve over in Ring A, again with Mr. Joe Barnett.
If you know Aaron and I well, no one has ever accused Aaron of being the long-winded one, and so I'm glad that he's maybe taking his minute to shine over there with some airtime. Over on the Gelbvieh side, I'm really proud that it's me out of the duo that got to sort the Gelbviehs. This is home territory for us, and it's where Aaron and I spend our livelihood is with the Gelbvieh breed. It's certainly an opportunity for me to see what some other families are up to without having one of our own on the halter, and so this has been a real privilege to sort through the Gelbvieh breed. As I've mentioned before, structure is going to rule the day, and for that reason, we're going to go ahead and use this bred heifer. She's just such an attractive and long-bodied female who gets around the ring with ease. I think she's a very logical place to start. She'll be your breed champion. We're going to then use this heifer calf champion. I think she's got a world of future about her. I really love so many pieces, and she follows that bred heifer most similarly. So the bred will be your breed champion. The heifer calf will be your reserve. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Joe. And your overall grand champion, Gelbvieh female, in coming out of the 24 division was entry number 58, RWG Parkland M320 with Wasey Holman. They'll step forward, receive the beautiful banner brought to us by BMO. And again, we do have Mr. Murray Nelson representing BMO and Mr. Chad Nygaard with our presentations. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 51, coming out of the calf class, Flaidland Katie 36N ET with Braden Flaidland. We're now in split 2 in our Semitol females 2025 in Ring B. Entry number 25, AGT, Miss Molly 25M, Ava Tim. Entry number 26, DK Pashminia 32N with Lila Hale. Entry number 27, HFL Rose ET 5080N, Savina Bjornsson. Entry number 26, RF Screen 5117, Cade Rancier. Entry number 29, RBP Miss Caliber 6N with Rebecca Porter. And entry number 30, City View Black Betty 538N with Lexus Zingelgansberger. Class in the ring is split 2 in the Semitol purebred females born 2025. In ring A, we're going to move into the Hereford division right now, and these would be the Hereford purebred females, born in 2025. We do have a couple splits on these, so we bring them back first and second out of the splits for the overall champion, calf champion. Lot number 60 will be first to walk in, SSCC Loretta, 657 in with Steele Sylvester. Entry number 61, Blair Athol, 95L, Precious, 113 in with Jackson Lees. Entry number 62, Blair Athol, Osho Girl, 76 in with Hannah Lees. Entry number 63, A&L DK 40K Lila 28L 119N with Brendan Lishka. Entry number 64, A&L ACDT 174A Jada 115 ET 111N with Rowan Shear. Entry number 65, Brooks 131J 89J Luxury 30N with Marshall Brooks. Entry number 66, RSK SCK 316 MS Nelly ET 69N with Emily Knutson. Entry number 67, JACH 022 Damsel ET 16N with Matthew Charlton. And entry number 68, ANL 40K Willow 144K 72N with Caden Alishka. Class in the ring. In ring A is the Hereford females, born 2025. This will be split one.
Over here on our Semitol side, we pulled two blaze-faced heifers out of this lineup here that just are both gorgeous females. You know, they're presented well, but they're also just really high-quality females. There's some very big differences between these two females, but at the end of the day, they put the most pieces together for me here. We started our class with the most, to me, the most sound-moving, most fluid in her joints female that is in this class, and that's tough to do. When we get these heifers in they've been sitting on this concrete all week, so you know that's just a true testament to the quality and soundness that this heifer has, that she can be still so fluid in her joints and movement, and that's what puts her in the top of the class here. There are more powerful heifers in this class, but for me, when you analyze her, really how she works in her joint design and how she ties from that head and neck and down, and how that big swooping belly line and has some capacity to her, she comes to the top of this class quite easily. In second place here, we have the power heifer in the class. Like I said, she's not as fancy and feminine as that heifer that wins our class, but one that she is the most powerful. I love the hip shape on her. I love the spring of rib that she has and her breed character, but one, if we could just free her up a little bit in her movement and just tidy her up a little bit in that front end when you compare to that first heifer, that's what she needed to do to win this class. These heifers that we had left standing here, one that long-bodied, nice fronted heifer here, one that we just like to soften up both in that midsection and through her top to come out of our class here today. Moving on down the line, a female that matches our second place heifer quite similarly. We just like to shorten those teat size up a little bit on that heifer for her to come out of class. And the next solid black heifer there, I just like to stouten her up and free her up a little bit in our movement. And then rounding off our class, that attractive baldy heifer, just like to stouten her up and deepen her up in her quarter for her to be to come out of this class today. But a really nice second split of Semitol heifers here in ring B.
Well, thank you very much, Aaron. And coming out of split 2 in class 16, the Semitol purebred females born in 2025. Your first place was entry number 28, RF Scream 5117, shown today by Cade Rancier. Second place was entry number 27, HFL Rose ET 5080N, shown by Siviana Bjarnson. Those two will return for the overall championship in the calf division. We're now ready for split 3 in class 16. The Semitol purebred females born in 2025 over in ring B. Have these females walk in if they would, please. The entry number 31, CNT of Miss Sammy Abbey 13N, shown today by Cassidy Beers. The entry number 32, DK Pashminia 13N with Britt Fornwald. Entry number 33, Flying W Miss Holiday 22N, Porter Wolkowski. Entry number 34, Millington Satin, 2508 in. Marin Sentes. Entry number 36, Mater Rose, 71 in with Stella Mater. And entry number 37, MJP Miss Caliber, ET 1N with Tyson Porter. This is split 3 in Class 16, the Simmental purebred females born 2025. Following this class, we'll bring back the top 2 finishers out of each of the 3 splits for the overall champion female calf.
Over on the Hereford side, our first split of heifer calves is certainly one to be impressed by. We've had a long running respect for the Hereford breed, particularly what this breed has accomplished and continues to maintain in the commercial sector. The Hereford breed is so well respected and in such demand in the commercial industry for these the females that they create for commercial clients that it's certainly something that we're envious of. We've left some heifers in the line here that you have so much to offer. We love, in some cases, it's the elongation and attractiveness through the front third. In other cases, it's the udder design underneath them. That said, we're going to start with a pair of heifers that come to the top based on from a body and dimension point of view. The heifer that wins our class is so soft made. She's so elegant and refined. She's attractive. She's so good in her joint construction and the way she gets around the ring. I just love the cow character about this female. She's robust across her top and the way she blends from upper rib into lower body, and just there's so much heifer calf here, and we love the way this one is put together. And like I said, it's the way she gets around the ring that really separates her from others. The young man with this darker colored heifer here does an awesome job getting this one showing. This heifer really matches our first place heifer in terms of the way she gets around the ring. She's so free in her structure, she gets out and goes, and part of that is because this young man does an awesome job with her. I love this heifer's side profile. If I could separate her from the first place heifer, I'd love to give her just a little bit more softness through her rear third compared to the heifer that starts our class. She doesn't have the natural dimension and softness through her hip of the heifer that wins our class, but that's a really dynamite pair of heifer calves to start off this Hereford division. Congratulations to all of you. I know that these junior shows at the end of the week are tough, and to see a heifer calf class and a breed this large and another one coming is certainly a credit to your exhibitors, and it's a privilege for Aaron and I to be out here with you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Certainly do appreciate your comments on a very competitive Hereford calf class. Coming out of split 1, in first place, your is RSK SCK 316 Miss Nelly ET 96N. That'll be entry number 66, shown today by Emily Knutson. And second place coming out of that class was entry number 65, Brooks 131J 89J Luxury 30N, shown today by Marshall Brooks. Again, those two females will return for the overall championship drive in the Hereford Calf division.
We got our third split of Simmental heifers here in the ring, and I'm glad we finally got a red one in here. We pulled these two black blaze-faced heifers to start our class here. We're going to start our the class with a female that just comes to the top of this class quite easily for me here today. She just puts so many pieces together. I love how she gets around the ring. She's got a big enough foot under her. I love how she ties that shoulder into her neck and right into her top line. She's soft top. She's soft middled. Just a female that there's a lot of good in this female, and there's hard to find a hole in her for sure. And also one that I love that she comes to us with. She still has some freshness. She's just one that just really rounds out the top of this class quite easily. Now we get some give and take when we go on from there. And I decided to pull a female in here that she's not a female that hit me the hardest when she came into the class. But when we came really down to it, what we're looking for is some teat and udder structure, and that's really where this heifer sets herself apart when you compare her to some of the other ones in the line. I love the teat spacing and the teat size that this heifer is dropping down. I love that the front end on her, she's got some boldness through her middle. She's the stoutest heifer in the class? No, but for me today here, she fits into that second hole quite nicely. These heifers that are standing on the side here, this red baldy heifer I love so much, and really she was definitely in the running to be in our top 2 here today. We just like to freshen her up a little bit through her front end. She's starting to get a little full there, and we just like to tidy her up a little bit in that teat structure when you compare to the 2 heifers that we have pulled out. Our heifer in second there, or in going on down the line here in that solid black heifer, we just like to power up over her top. She just gets a little bit narrower when you compare her to some of the other heifers in the class, and just like to stouten her up, but man, do you love the front end on her. Going on down the line, we've got a couple big power heifers for us here. The tall gentleman there that's not wearing without a cowboy hat on, the power that this heifer has, we just love. And these Simmental cattle, we like the power in them. Where we'd like to change her, just soften that shoulder angle a little bit, soften that teat size underneath this female for her to get pulled out. And rounding out the class, a female that just needs to get softened up a little bit when she gets out in the move, but one that we love the power that she has, and she's got a bright future ahead of her. So really nice split of heifer calves here on the Simmental ring.
Well, thank you very much, Aaron. And coming out of split 3 would be entry number 36, Mater Rose, 71 in with Stella Mater, followed by entry number 34, Millington Satin, 2508 in, and Marin Sentes. Once this class exits the show arena, we're going to bring back in the top 2 heifer calves out of each split, 1, 2, and 3. In the Simmental division, these calves born in 2025. Coming back in for the championship drive in the calf division in the Simmental breed. Coming out of split 1, we have a Flying W Miss BLK Licorice 62N with Paisley Wolkowski. She'll be joined by entry number 23, Copper Kettle Molly 254N Colt Redicop. Out of split 2, we're going to bring back entry number 28, RF Scream 5117, Cade Rancher. And number 27, HFL, Rosie T, 5080N, and Savannah Bjornsson. Coming out of split 3 was entry number 36, Mater Rose, 71N with Stella Mater. And entry number 34, Millington Satin, 2508 with Marin Sentes. Class in the ring and class B, or ring B, pardon me, is the overall Grand and Reserve Champion Simmental calf class. In Ring A, we have split 2 in Class 26, the Hereford purebred females born in 2025. These exhibitors are entry number 69, FCC 1K Betty 18N with Nathan Fluelli. Entry number 70, PBHRTT Vicky 113L 11N Kennedy Mans. Entry number 71, PLA Ember 75M, shown today by Jacob Mitchell Stout. Entry number 72, Brock Hill Nora 14N Alana Wood. Entry number 73, Eris Acres Sierra, 61N, Kenzie Eris. Entry number 74, Brookhill Nettie, 12N, Alex Wood. Entry number 75, ACC Legacy Lady, 204N with Chance Alstad. And entry number 76, Eris Acres LA, 29N with Ty Eris. Class in ring and Ring A is split 2 in the Hereford purebred females born in 2025. Following this class, we'll have the overall Grand and Reserve Champion Hereford heifer calf.
Here over in Ring B, we've got our champion Semitol heifer calf class here, and just a really impressive set of 6 females we have in the ring, and each one of these young members deserves our admiration for the job they've done on getting these heifers this far. Each one of these heifers has some pros and cons to them, things that I love, things that I'd change, but I think there's 2 females in here that put those pieces most together. First of all, we're looking for some soundness. We're looking for some teat and udder quality dropping in these females, and then of course, you know what, these are Semitol females. We want some power, we want some top, we want some depth of body, and then this is a show ring, so we want some attractiveness as well. So for that, there's one female that really puts all those pieces together the most for me here today, and then another that follows her very closely. So I'm going to go out and select our champion and reserve champion heifer calves here on the Semitol side.
And your champion Semitol heifer calf coming out of split 3, entry number 36, Mater Rose 71N with Stella Mater.
Over on the Hereford side, in our second and older split of heifers, we're certainly presented with another group that offers us some give and take in terms of type and kind. We've also seen some differences in terms of obvious management strategies and things like that, and in the condition that some of these heifers come in. Aaron and I are not afraid of larger scaled cattle by any means. They've got to have all the meat and muscle and to go along with that, however. And so, yes, I have pulled out the largest 2 framed heifers in the class, but they're the 2 that match each other most similarly. They're also 2 of the most sound structured females in the ring, and they also, I think, have the most to offer in terms of natural body and muscle dimension. The heifer that starts our class is so attractive, and I'll be honest, when she came in the ring, she was fighting the halter quite a bit, and I wondered if she was a little bit raw and coarse in her skeletal design. The longer she's out here, however, she relaxes into herself, her spine settles in, and she lets her head elevate up out of her shoulder. When she's parked, she's so attractive. This young man does an awesome job with her. This is a heifer you appreciate truly. The body from end to end. She's so level through her belly line. She's got so much natural softness about her, and she's a really logical place for me to start. Like I said, that's not how she was when she came in, but the longer she's out here, she's settled right in. The heifer that is in second is one that I prefer probably through her front end. I like the way she elevates up out of her shoulder and blends from her shoulder into her forerib. I like the length of spine in this heifer, and she's one that you really like once she gets on the move. She pushes off that rear hock with a great deal of authority. She maybe doesn't have as much dimension across her hook and pin set as the heifer that starts the class, but certainly one that patterns most similarly to the heifer that wins. Heifers that round out our class, these are our older heifers, and so obviously when we look at weight per day of age, they get outgunned compared to the 2 that start the class, but certainly some foundational pieces. I like the udder quality that's coming under these heifers, and that's certainly a testament to your breed. Congratulations, Hereford breeders.
Thank you very much, Joe. Coming out of split 2 in class 26, the Hereford females born in 2025. In first place, FCC 1K Betty 18N with Nathan Flewelly, and entry number 76, Eris Acres Ellie 29N in second place with Ty Eris. We'll now have the overall champion and reserve champion Hereford heifer calf. We'll bring back the first 2 calves out of split 1. That was entry number 66 and 65. And they'll join entry number 69 and 76 for the overall championship drive in the Hereford purebred females born in 2025. Class right now in Ring B is Class 18. This is the Semitol purebred females born in 2024. We do have 2 splits in this division. This will be split 1. Entry number 38, Boss Lake Ms. Passion, 414M with Megan Brunke. Entry number 39, RHS Masterpiece, 415M with Jordan Luther. Entry number 40, TSS 44B Blackbird, 415M, Kyler Osborne. Entry number 41, DK Pashminia, 31M, Brennan Formwald. Entry number 42, Trinity, shown today by Ryan Myers. Entry number 43, WFL, Ms. Red Doll, 4037M, Rhett Lana Hanoff. And entry number 44, Black Gold GW Ms. Foxtrot 111M with Quinn Hogel. Class in the ring is split one in Class 18, Simmental females born in 2024.
Over on the Hereford side in our calf division, I hope that as you're watching Aaron and I this morning on either side of the ring, you begin to see where our priorities lie in terms of structure and body type. We like cattle that are natural in their presentation. We like cattle that aren't overdone. We like cattle that get around the move, get out on the move and around the ring with some authority. You'll hear Aaron and I all day talk structure, and it's like I've said before, it's where we hang our hats at the end of the day. In this calf division, we're going to go ahead and use the heifer out of the first class. Just she's so natural in her softness and her body dimension. I love the presentation on this female. She's so elevated through that front third, and she's got the look of a mama cow. She will be your calf champion. We'll use the winner out of the second class for our reserve calf champion, a female a little different in type, but in terms of body design and structure, those are the two the way I see them today. Thank you and congratulations.
And your champion, purebred Hereford female, born in 2025, is entry number 69, entry number 66, I apologize, RSK SCK 316, Miss Nellie ET 69N with Emily Knutson. And your reserve champion coming out of split 2 was entry number 69, FCC 1K Betty 18N with Nathan Fluelli. Moving back into Ring A, we're going to move into the Class 28, the Hereford purebred females born in 2024. We have one split, Joe, in this class. First to walk in will be entry number 77, Ella Miss Kitty 4014 ET with Kylie Wilms. The entry number 78, Blair Athel Dixie Bell 140M with Hannah Lees. The entry number 79, Brooks 60K 26H Deanna 46M with Ethan Brooks. Entry number 80, Square D Ladies Spencer 657M with Steele Sylvester. And entry number 81, XLP 159H Ava 4M with Lexi O'Connor. Class in the ring is class number 28. These are the Hereford purebred females born in 2024. And this will be the class within the class, only one split.
Over here on the Simmental side, we've got our first split of yearling heifers, and just a really big variety of types and kinds here in the ring. And because of that, there's a lot of different directions that you could go. And you could even see that in the two females that we pulled out. These are two very different types of females, but they line up most closely to what we're going to be looking for here today. Female that starts off our class, one that we love elongation through her front end. She's so smooth-shouldered, so she's so deep-bodied. Would we like to stouten her up and give her a little more breed character? We absolutely would. But for what we're presented here in this class today, she comes to the top for us. Would we like to soften that teat size a little bit when you compare to this heifer in second place? We would as well, but not to take away from a heifer that's got a lot of good about her. Our heifer in second place, she lands there because of her teat size. There was, when it really came down to it, we've got to pay attention to where this industry is at, and right now that is teat and udder size, and as operations get bigger and bigger, we need to make the most trouble-free type of females that we can, and because of that, this female lands herself in second hole. She's going to be dropping a beautiful udder underneath her, and I really think in 5 or 10 years down the road, she's going to be the one that in the class that you're just going to love her udder, and for that reason, she finds herself in second place. Is she the showiest heifer in the class? She's not. Would we like to scale her up a little bit? Yes, we would, but we love the depth. I love the depth of body that she has. She's got a big enough foot underneath her. So for those reasons, and just when we really narrow it down to what we're going to be looking for and what we need in this industry right now, this heifer finds herself in second hole quite handily here today. Moving on down the line, we've got some females that have a lot of good about them. This female that is up at the front here, one that we love the power that she has. She's got some thickness. We just like to level that hip out and tidy up that teat size for her to be pulled out of that class. The next heifer that we have, just like to soften her up. We love the length of body that this heifer has. She's got a good shoulder angle on her. But once again, just we got to tidy up that teat size on her for her to be pulled out as well. This heifer that's in the middle of our lineup standing here, one that I love a lot of pieces to. I really struggled to leave this heifer standing, but for me, she just needs to be freshened up today and get that teat size softened up for her to be placing up with these two heifers, but one not to take away from a lot of really interesting and cool pieces that this heifer has. Going down our line, a couple heifers that are just missing some of that eye appeal and attractiveness when you compare them to the other heifers in the class, but two that I think are going to go out and do some nice things for these young members out here, and we definitely commend them for taking the time and coming out to exhibitions. So congratulations on our first split of yearling Simmental heifers.
Well, thank you very much, Aaron. Again, Class 18, Split 1, and a very competitive class. In first place will be entry number 38, Boss Lake Ms. Passion, 414M with Megan Brunke. In second place, entry number 44, Black Gold GW, Miss Foxtrot, 111M with Quinn Hogel. Again, those two females will return after the next class for their overall championship in the yearling division.
As we move into the bred females on the Hereford side, you know, as these females get closer and closer to production, we really start to see what it is they're made of. We start to see udder structure even more clearly than we at any point before in their life cycle, and we start to see the way they carry that baby weight, what that does to top lines, what that does to belly lines, and the way these females continue to hold themselves together the longer they get into their gestation. We're going to start the class with the largest scaled female. She gives you an absolutely killer look from the side profile. This female's deceiving. When she comes in the ring, you maybe don't think there's quite as much heifer there is. When you get up on this heifer, she is overwhelming in terms of her design. There is so much heifer here. She's so soft through her midsection. She's dropping an absolutely stunning udder. This is the most elongated female in the class, and for me, she's a really logical and easy place to start this division. The heifer in second is one that I absolutely love from a breed character point of view. When I think of an ideal Hereford female that's made such an influence in the commercial industry, this is the type of female I picture. She's not as overwhelming when we analyze her compared to the heifer that wins our class. She's just a little bit more plain through her front end construction than the heifer that wins her class. Again, a female that's got absolutely beautiful teat size and placement, and one that I think is going to be a really beautiful mama cow. Like I said, she just doesn't overwhelm you when you compare those two. The heifers that we've left standing in line, females that vary in terms of their due dates. I'd like to realign some teat and udder placement if I could. I'd love to shorten some teats and tidy up some designs when we look at additional teats and things on these udders. But a group of females that are certainly a nice representation of the breed and going to make nice mama cows for these young members down the road. Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much, Joe. And in Class 28 in Ring A, this will be the Hereford purebred females born in 2024. And your champion yearling female goes to entry number 77, Ella Miss Kitty, 4014 ET with Kylie Wilms. Entry number 78, Blair Athol, Dixie Bell, 140M with Hannah Lees. Again, we'll get the corrected handler on that first place effort shortly. That was not Kylie, that I know for sure. Mr. Lane Steen, I thought that was you, sir. All right. We're ready to bring back in the overall championship drive in the Hereford females. And again, coming out of the calf division, your first champion in the calf division was entry 66, RSK SCK 316, Ms. Nellie ET 69N with Emily Knutson. They'll be joined by entry number 69, FCC 1K Betty 18N and Nathan Flewelling. Again, and the two females we just had recognized in Class 28, Ella Miss Kitty 4014 ET with Lane Steen, and entry number 78, Blair Athol Dixie Bell 140M with Hannah Lees. Class in Ring B right now is Class 18. This will be split two in the Simmental purebred females of 2024. The entry number 45 is TCC Miss Carly 10M with Ava Tim. The entry number 46, IPU 130H Ms. Caliber 40M with Zane LeBlatt. The entry number 47, Mater Violet 84M, a Hawken Mater. The entry number 48, Scott Licious 2M with Talia Perot. Entry number 49, City View, Montana, 8M with Grace Fisher. And entry number 50, Black Gold, Lindgren, Minnesota, 4M with Dakota Noble. Again, this is split two in the Simmental division in Ring B with our Simmental purebred females born 2024. In Ring A, we are currently looking at our Grand and Reserve Champion Drive in our Hereford division.
What an impressive set of 4 Hereford females I've been offered here today, and it's really a privilege, like I've said, to be asked to sort through these cattle. Production cattle are our bread and butter, and with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and use these 2 bred females. I think they're just truly a lovely example of what the Hereford breed is capable of. Your bred females will be your champion and your reserve.
Again, congratulations to our grand champion Hereford female coming out of the yearling division, Class 28. We're going to recognize number 77, Ella Miss Kitty, 4014 ET, shown today by Lane Steen. And your reserve champion coming out of that same division, we're going to recognize the number 78, Blair Athol, Dixie Bell, 140M, shown today by Hannah Lees. Congratulations. Again, a big thank you going to our representatives from BMO, Mr. Murray Nelson, he's the agricultural manager of Saskatchewan and Manitoba, as well as Mr. Chad Nygaard, the senior relationship manager, agriculture and agribusiness. And again, we want to recognize BMO, a 45-year sponsor here at the Canadian Western Agribition.
Here in our second split of the yearling Semitol heifers, really impressive class here. There's good in every one of these heifers, but it's my job to sort through these here today and come out with the ones that I feel are the top. And we got this solid black heifer that we're going to use to start our class. A female that we love the front end on this heifer. She's just absolutely gorgeous how she ties in from her shoulder into her neck and then into the rest of her body when we let the spring a rib on her. She's getting a little out there in terms of we'd like to freshen her up a little bit if we were real picky, but she handles that extra condition quite well here today. What really set her apart is her teat and udder design that she's dropping. Like I said in the last class, that's going to be a big indicator for me here today, and for that reason, this heifer is going to start our class. This heifer in second, to be honest, she was going to start our class when they first came in. I love the way that this heifer gets around the ring. I love the power to her. To me, the Semitol breed is maternal power, and that's what this heifer is. She's got a lot of maternal ability there, and she's got a lot of power. Just like the heifer that started our class, I would like to freshen her up a little bit. But the main reason that we did slide her into second hole here today is just that teat size. We'd like to soften that a little bit. Going down the road, I just a little concerned at just how exactly she's going to freshen, but that might be getting hard on a really powerful, impressive heifer there in second place. These females that we left standing here, a red heifer that starts off, that moderate frame female, lots of rib and muscle shape to her. Black heifer that, we love the front end on this heifer, love the boldness through her middle, just isn't as stout as these heifers that we pulled out. Next solid black heifer down on our line. We just like to soften this heifer up on the move. She tends to just get a little tighter made when you compare her to these two heifers that we pulled out, but one that we love, the softness she has, the boldness through her rib shape, and just has mama cow written all over her. The heifer calf down there, or the bred heifer down there at the end, one that was definitely in the running for our top two here today. I love the freshness that this heifer has. She's got some depth of body. I love the front end that this heifer has. But just when you compare her to these two heifers that we pulled out, just not quite as stout when you really get to analyze her. But that's being real hard on a really good heifer that I think's got a bright future and is going to be a great mama cow down the road. But just a really nice split of yearling heifers here that we have in the ring.
Thank you very much, Joe. We do have your placings in the overall, in split two, pardon me, in the Semitol Division 2024 models. First place goes to entry number 47, Mater Violet, 84M. With Hawkett Mater. Second place goes entry number 50, Black Gold to Lindgren, Minnesota 4M with Dakota Noble. Once this class exits the ring, we're going to bring back the top two finishers out of each split. Coming out of split one will be entry number 38, Boss Lake, Miss Passion 414N, along with entry number 44, Black Gold, GW Miss Foxtrot, 111M. And again, they'll be joined by the two heifers just exiting the ring, number 47, Mater Violet, 84M, and entry 50, Black Gold Lindgren, Minnesota, 4M. In ring A right now, we're into class 36. This will be the Shorthorn purebred females born in 2025. We do have a couple splits in our Shorthorn division calves. We have entry number 123, Nova Creek Eva, 8N with Mason Zwicker. Entry number 124, Prospect Hill Nia Maid, 20N with Brooklyn Olson. Entry number 125, Star P Pansy JR, 8N, Catherine Posberg. Entry number 126, 6S Perfect Inf. 75N with Bronwick Zwicker. Entry number 127, Prospect Hill, Anita Maid, 40N, Lucy McNiven. And entry number 128, Edensville's Empress, Nyla, 44N with Braden Mills. This is split one in the class 36, Shorthorn purebred females born in 2025.
Here on the Semitol side, we've got our yearling heifer calf, or yearling bred heifer championship drive here, and 4 females that you got to really love the volume and depth of body that each one of these heifers has. There's some give and take and a little bit some different types and kinds here between these 4 females, but for me they're the 4 that put the most pieces together in their classes in terms of having some structural soundness and some cow power and some udder quality, and I'm going to go out now and select my champion in reserve, and the big thing is going to come down to what these females are dropping underneath them. I think that's going to be the deciding factor here for me today, and then beyond that, like I said, we're going to want some maternal power, and so for those reasons we're going to go out and select our champion in reserve, champion yearling Semitol heifer here.
And your champion in the Semitol Yearling Division, entry number 47, Mater Violet, 84 AM with Hawken Mater. In your reserve champion, coming out of that same split 2, is entry number 50, Black Gold Lindgren, Minnesota, 4M, shown today by Dakota Noble.
As we move into the shorthorn division of our show, I think there's nothing more captivating than a beautiful shorthorn heifer calf. Aaron and I have both been long admirers of these heifer calves in the shorthorn breed. They're just so attractive, and the breed so consistently offers beautiful extension through their front third. They're elevated up out of their shoulder. It's a trait in the breed that we think is really awesome and one that we're quite envious of. The heifer that we're going to use to start is this roan female that certainly is a great example of that. I love the way she is so flat in her shoulder and how she blends into her forerib. She's setting down a really beautiful udder. This is a February-born female that I just think moves with the most authority. She's got the most natural ease and natural muscle expression about herself, and she's a really logical place to sort this group. The heifer that comes in second doesn't hit you quite as hard in terms of a softness and dimension point of view, but she's certainly sound in her design. She's attractive through her lines, and she's built right. I like the way that this heifer is attached at each junction point, and one that I just think is a really has the future of a mama cow. She's not overwhelming. She doesn't hit you as hard as that first place heifer, but I love the way that this female's put together, and she's the one that lands in second place. Heifers that we left in line, sometimes we underestimate the value of that level top. As a judge, the first thing we see when cattle come into the ring is that top line. We always say to kids, get your top right. It's the first thing we see as cattle come in, and in some cases I'd love to level out, particularly hook to pin set, and let these females move with a little bit more ease, but a really attractive and usable set of shorthorn heifer calves to start off the breed.
Well, thank you very much, Joe. And placings in the shorthorn purebred females in 2025 out of split 1. First place goes to entry number 126, 6S Perfect in INF, 75N with Bronwix Wicker. And in second place, entry number 125, Star B Pansy JR 8N with Catherine Fosberg. Next class in the ring in A will be split 2 of the shorthorns. In ring B right now, we have the overall grand and reserve champion females in the Semitol division. Coming out of the calves are entry number 36, Mater Rose 7N, and number 28, RF Scream 5117. And out of the yearling division, entry number 58, RWG Parkland M320, and number 51, Flaidland Katie 36N ET, your grand and reserve champion in the Semitol division.
Well, this has been a lot of fun sorting through these Simmental heifers here today. We do, of course, have some Simmental cattle as well, and we really love the breed in terms of the versatility that it has. We can have some power to this breed, but you also, at the end of the day, the Simmental breed is known for that mama cow power, and that's really what we saw here today. And you know why that breed is, or this breed is so popular in the commercial industry. We're going to go through these final drive here. What I'm going to be looking for is some breed character and power, some soundness, some teat and udder design. But I think at the end of the day, what is going to make the defining part between our champion heifers and the heifers that I'm going to leave standing is going to be breed character. We want some power in these females. We want some top and some hip. So you know. We all love these fancy show heifers, but at the end of the day, these females got to go out and make bulls. And for me, that's why I'm going to go out and select the two females I am. I think they're going to be the females that are going to go out and have some longevity, going to drop nice udders underneath them, and are going to make those power bulls that are going to go out and do good things in the commercial industry. So for that, I'm going to go out and select my champion reserve champion Simmental female.
And your champion, Simmental female, coming out of the calf division, goes to entry number 36, Mater Rose, 71 in, shown today by Stella Mater. And staying in the calf division, your reserve champion goes to entry number 28, RF Screen, 5117, Cade Rentier. Again, a nice congratulations to all of our exhibitors in a very highly competitive Simmental class. Class in ring A right now is split two in the short-horned females born in 2025. We have entry number 129, Lingley's the Dakara, 11 in with Castleton Scott. Along with entry number 130, Glenford Misty Blue, 19 in with Quinn Keller. Entry number 131, Belle M Flirt, 2 in with Male Mullenbach. Entry number 132, FCC Picture Perfect, 7 in, first class shorthorns with Leland Fornwald. And entry number 133, Shady Brook Red Kiss, 4 in, Nicholas Dempsey.
In our second split of shorthorn heifer calves, we're going to start with this beautiful crimson-colored female sliding up to the front here. She is so balanced from end to end. We love the way that she is put together. She's so seamless in her construction. When you analyze her from top to belly line and then from muzzle to tail, she's just so even and balanced in her line. She's refined through her front third. She's got plenty of muscle and shape when we analyze her from that point of view. I like her hook to pin angle as well, and that gives her more flexibility as she gets around the ring. In terms of this group of 4, she's a really logical place to start. The heifer that comes into second is one you appreciate from a femininity point of view. She's so attractive from the side profile, and when this young lady gets her parked, she gives you a really awesome look. She doesn't have quite the dimension across her hook and pin set as the heifer that starts our class, but a heifer that's plenty sound. She's fighting a halter just a little bit this morning, but that's one that I appreciate so many pieces of. The young man's roan heifer there that we've left in line is one that he does a really awesome job with. He's obviously got a great relationship with. That's a long-sided female that's certainly got a bright future as a mama cow setting down an awesome udder. I'd love to give her just a little bit more jam across the top of her hip to move her up in this group. The young lady's red heifer that we've left there is one you certainly appreciate from a meat and muscle point of view. She's really awesome in that regard. She gets quite open through her shoulder for me, and she's quite bold through there, and that restricts her movement off her front third, but a heifer that certainly has some usable parts and pieces. Congratulations, Shorthorn breeders.
Thank you very much, Joe. In the placings in Split 2 in the Shorthorn Calf Division, entry number 133, Shady Brook Red Kiss 4N with Nicholas Dempsey. And in second place, entry number 130, Glenford Misty Blue 19N with Quinn Keller. Again, those 2 exhibitors will return, along with entry number 125, Starby Pansy JR 8N and Catherine Posberg, and entry number 126, 6S Perfect INF 75N with Bronnan Zwicker for the overall championship in the Shorthorn Division for females born in 2025. Class in the ring. In Ring B, we're going to move into the Black Angus Division. This is Class 31, Split 1. Entry number 82, Brooking Beauty, 52-15, shown today by Tennessee Walter. Entry number 83, Bolton Blackbird, 125N with Murphy Culligan. Entry number 84, 66, Annie K, 144N, Ellie Vogel, pardon me. Entry number 85, Boss Lake Ms. Donna, 530N with Kylie Brunke. Entry number 86, Fryburn Blackburn, 103N, Tristan Tober. Entry number 87, Mainstream Southern Belle, 11N, Hayes Aretica. Entry number 88, Murray Magnolia, 122N, Nevada Murray. Entry number 89, Flat Lake Swan, 128N with Devon Whitney. Entry number 106, Third Degree Erica, 42N, Abigail Tomlin. And entry number 90, Fryburn Blackburn, 22N with Charlotte Dandy.
In our Shorthorn Calf Division, again, I want to repeat that Aaron and I have always had a long respect for the Shorthorn breed. They're one of the oldest breeds in the country, and these heifer calves are an example of why. They're so attractive, and I've said it before, but there's very few things more attractive than a Shorthorn heifer calf. We're going to go ahead and use the roan heifer out of the first split. She's just got so much body and dimension to her. She's the widest of these 4 across her top. A female, I love her length aside, and this calf will be your calf champion. We'll use this crimson heifer in second for the reserve division here. I maybe prefer the side profile of this crimson heifer a little bit more than the roan, but that roan heifer has just got just more muscle and more natural shape across her top. But that's a beautiful pair of females to represent the Shorthorn breed. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Joe. And your champion coming out of the Shorthorn Division in the 2025 models is entry number 126, 6S Perfect INF 75N, Ronwick Zwicker. And your reserve champion coming out of Split 2 is entry number 133, Shady Brook Red Kiss 4N with Nicholas Dempsey. We also want to remind everyone, while you're here at Canadian Western Agribition, of course, we do appreciate you being here watching the cattle shows, but there's more to Agribition than cattle. There'll be the final performance of the Maple Leafs Rodeo tonight. That'll be at 7 o'clock. And again, we have a beautiful trade show. If you got some Christmas shopping to do with that gift for that very special person, by all means, visit the trade show here at the Canadian Western Agribition. Enjoy the sights, the sounds, and the smells of the Canadian Western Agribition and enjoy it here in 2025. Walking into ring A right now is class number 38, the Shorthorn Purebred females born in 2024. This will be a single split in this class. This will be number 134, TSS Katrina 3M with Harlan Osborne. Entry number 135, Armac Remington Rose 16M Castleton Scott. Entry number 136, Prospect Hills McKinley Blossom Sakura White. Entry number 137, Edensville Magical Joan 12M with Dawn White. Entry number 138, JTPH Affliction, 91M ET, Ronwick Zicker. And entry number 139, FCCC Nene 103M ET, Lewin Foldworld. Entry 139.
Over here in Ring B, we've got our first split of Angus heifer calves here in the ring, and a really fancy, attractive set of heifers from end to end for sure. We started our class here with two females that really pattern each other very similarly. They put a lot of the right pieces together. They're sound for me here today. I love the length of body to both these females. They've got some volume to them. We're going to go with the heifer, give the nod to the heifer here in first, just on that femininity piece. This is the Angus breed, and to me they need to have some extension and some femininity out front. They are an extremely maternal breed, and for that reason we're going to use this heifer to start our class. I also much prefer the squareness that she has in her hip. She's maybe not as wide as the heifer in second place, but one that puts the most pieces together for me here today and lands in that top hole. Not to take away from this heifer in second. Like I said, I love the boldness that this heifer has. She's stout, but just when you compare to that heifer in first place, we'd just like to fancy her up a little bit in that front end, and even though she is wider hipped, we just like to square that hip off a little bit when you compare her to that heifer in first. Going on down the line here, this heifer that's closest to me here, I love the way that this heifer profiles. She's long-bodied and big-ribbed. We'd just like to see a little more of this heifer, just a tick more frame when you compare to these heifers that we pulled out, but not to take away from a really nice smaller frame female. Going on down the line, another female that I love the front end on this female. She's long-bodied. Just need a little more of her to place higher here today. This really nice profiling female here that this young lady has, but one that just need to strengthen her up in her pasterns to place higher today, but one that they like a lot of pieces to. If we could put that depth of the body into all these in that front end, we would sure be set for the races. Coming into a couple more heifers here that in any other class could have got pulled out for sure, but when you compare them to the heifers that we got up front, just need to tick more extension through that front end, a little more length of body throughout when you compare them to those heifers that came out of class. The heifer that another moderate heifer here as we move on down the line, one that we just like to free up a little bit on our movement, but not to take away from a really stout, deep-bodied kind of heifer. Another heifer that I really appreciate the young lady has here down here, just like to stouten her up when you compare her to the heifers above. Just give her a little more top, but man, that front end on her is sure impressive. Same thing can be said for the heifer that rounds out our class, one that we love the front end to her, we love the chest to her, just like a little more stoutness and a tick more bone when you compare to these heifers that we're pulling out of the class here today, but a really nice set of Angus heifers to start our Angus show here on the junior side.
Thank you very much, Aaron. And again, we do have our placings in Split 1 in Class 31. This is the Black Angus Purebred Females of 2025. In first place, entry number 88, Murray Magnolia, 122N, Nevada Murray. And in second place, entry number 82, Brooking Beauty, 5215, and Tennessee Walter. Again, that's the placings in Split 1. Those two will return to the overall championship drive for our females born in 2025. We also like to remind everyone, if you're still sitting at home and wondering if you should come down to the Canadian Western Agribition, well, we got a deal for you. It's called the Agribition Express. It's back here. You can hop on the bus for free, get dropped right off at the Agribition gates, and it's only a $20 at-the-door charge. And again, you can enjoy all the fun, the excitement, and everything Agribition has to offer. Again, we'd like to thank SGI as well as the City of Regina for the Agribition Express. Again, pick up the bus, it's free, and $20 at the gate, and you're into the Canadian Western Agribition on the final day this Saturday. Again, come and enjoy us. We're having a good time. We got the CN Supreme later on this evening. We got the BMO Junior Extreme going on right now. Finals in the Maple Leaf Rodeo this evening as well. 50-50 draw. When I left the rodeo last night, was around $64,000. That's a progressive. Again, so if you see some 50-50 people walking around selling tickets, by all means, that'd be the time to get in and buy them. I think it's going to hit 80 or 90,000 before the evening is over. We're now in Split 2 in class number 31, our females in the Black Angus division born in 2025. The entry number 91, Fryburn Elba, 9N, shown today by Fallen Shire. The entry number 92, Brooking Royal Ass, 5156, Cordell Morrison. The entry number 93, Brooking Rose, 5144, Paisley Robertson. Entry number 94, AJA Annie, 556N, Ashton Jugman. Entry number 95 will be a scratch. We're going to move on to entry number 96, Brooking Rose, 5077 with Kiefer Morrison. Entry number 97, AJA Annie Sue, 527N with Josie Jungman. Entry number 98 is also a scratch. So entry number 99 will be next, SVR Black Cat May, 5002 with Corbin Kaufman. And entry number 100, AJA Zella, 524N with Ty Jungman. This is Split 2 in our Black Angus females born in 2025.
Over in the Shorthorn ring, we've got our bred females in the ring, and a really interesting group in terms of all the different types and kinds. You could shake this out a lot of different ways depending where your preferences lie, but I think in terms of total package, the two females I've pulled out are the ones that check the most boxes. This roan female, when she's parked, is unstoppable. She's so beautiful. I love the body condition she's in. She's full enough, but not overdone. I love how balanced she is in her side profile. She's got a ton of natural shape and dimension about her. She's really wide pinned, and she's just a really beautiful female. I would love to free her up through her front shoulder as she gets on the go. I'm going to grant that she's been standing on concrete all week like all of us, and I'll be the first to admit my hips are a little sore too. She's just not quite as free moving as I'd maybe like her, but when that young man gets her parked, she's really beautiful. The red heifer that comes into second place is one that's just has the look of a really functional mama cow. She's setting down a tidy udder. She's got a really natural soft belly line about her. A female that you love the neck extension and the overall pattern of her. She just doesn't have that wow factor as the heifer in front of her. I'll be the first to admit Aaron and I aren't set on wow factor. We'd go for brood cow character first and foremost. But in this ring, it's certainly nice to have those added features. It's sort of like buying a car with all the bells and whistles. If you can afford it, go for it. I love the freshness of this heifer that we've left in line. This roan female is so natural in her presentation. A heifer that's extremely sound on the move. She's just not as stout made when we analyze her from a dimensional point of view. She's not quite as wide as her hook and pin set as the heifers above her, but a female that's setting down a beautiful udder and has the look of a really user-friendly, functional type of mama cow down the road. This young man does an awesome job with his heifer. One again, I'd love to just square her off over her hook to pin set, give her a little bit more set to her rear hock as she gets on the go. But that young man's done an awesome job with a heifer calf, and now this bred, and my hat's off to you, buddy. This roan heifer that we come to next is one that you have to appreciate so many pieces of. A female, I love the side profile. She's got so much natural dimension through her middle third, so much shape through her rib, and I love how flat she is through her shoulder and up into her neck. I'd love to shorten the teat size ever so slightly if I could on that female and tidy her up through her underline. She's a little bit opened up through her navel there, and I'd love to make those tweaks about her. The big white heifer here that's just getting up here, one that you absolutely love when she's parked. She has the most body in this class. She's got the most muscle and shape about her. She is just a little bit more restricted in her movement than I can use today. You can see how that chest is pushing out from her. She's maybe a little bit past her prime in terms of feed value. She's a little bit fuller than I'd care to be. I've got you in these show cattle, and we see it in every breed. You can fill these cattle too full. It's a natural reaction to want to have these cattle as big-bodied and as full as we can get them for the show ring. We have to remember that the fuller we get them, the more we can restrict their movement, especially in these bred cattle that are full of baby. If we jam them full of feed as well, it makes it really tough for these females to reach and extend and push off those hind wheels. They'll end up getting outside their skeleton if they're over full. And so that's just a note to juniors everywhere. You can make them too full, folks, and I would just caution you in doing so. A nice class of bred females on the short-horn side.
Well, thank you very much, Joe, for a couple things, for the placings in the class and giving some education and information to our junior exhibitors. Certainly do appreciate that. Coming out of this class, split one in class 2024 models of the Shorthorns, your champion is entry number 138, JTPH Affliction 91M ET with Bronwyn Zwicker. And second place, entry number 137, Edensville Magical Joan 12M, shown today by Don White. We're now going to move into the overall championship drive for the Shorthorn females. We'll bring back these two females I just announced, entry number 137 and 138, as well as the champion heifer calf coming out of split one. That was entry number 126, 6X Perfect, INF 75N with Bronwyn Zwicker. And coming out of the reserve class again, number 133, Shady Brook Red Kiss 4N and Nicholas Dempsey.
Over here in Ring B, we've got our second split of Angus heifer calves, and we pulled out two heifers here that very similar in their type and kind. I like the fact these heifers do have a little bit of freshness when we compare to some others in the class. They're both very feminine, elongated out of their front end, built big middled heifers. I'd like to change both these heifers in the same way, and then I just like to strengthen up the top lines in them. They both tend to get a little dipped when they're on the move and set up. But that's what happens sometimes with these heifers this long bodied. But if I was to pick a hole on both these heifers, that's what it would be. But for in the class of heifers we have here today, these are the two that could come to the top of the class for me. The heifer that I chose to give the nod to is one that she's just a little bigger topped. She's a little longer hipped when you compare to that second place heifer. One that I love the hair on this female. How she puts all of her pieces together, and one that's just really sound and easy moving in the ring, and I think just still has enough freshness here for me today that she comes to the top of the class. This heifer in second place, not to take away from her, she isn't maybe quite as fresh as the heifer that started our class, but one that still gets out and moves well enough for me here today. One that's long bodied, she's big middled, just not quite as big a topped as the heifer that started our class. And when you look at her entire body length, we just like to lengthen up that hip length when you compare to this heifer that started our class. These not to take away from some really outstanding heifers here that we left in line. This female that started our class, a very traditional type of Angus female, in the fact that she's got a lot of depth of body. She's nice skulled, just a compact type of heifer. One though that's going to have a lot of longevity and a bright future ahead of her. This heifer that we've got next was the problem heifer for me in the class. To be perfectly honest, she probably fits the type and kind that we're going to be looking here for today the most. But for us, she's just getting a little too much condition on her. When she gets out in the move, she gets outside of herself. She's starting to come out in that chest a little more for me here today. But one that, you know what, I love the depth of body this heifer has. I love how straight she is in that top and bottom line. I love the power that she has. But like I said, for her to be pulled out of the class here today, she just has to be freshened up when you compare to these heifers that we do have pulled out. This heifer that we got next in line, a moderate type of female, one that's got enough stoutness to her, of course, but just we need to power her up a tick when you compare to these heifers that we pulled out of the class. But one that I really like the side profile of this heifer, and one that I think is a really neat future for this young member. This heifer that's just pulling back into line here, one that patterns quite similarly in a lot of ways to those heifers that we pulled out in her length of body. We just like to settle that tail head down and just smooth her up in their shoulder design a little bit when you do compare to those heifers that we're going to use. Another deep-bodied Angus type female that we've got here, second second from the end here, one that just lacks a little bit of that stoutness and power when compared to some other heifers in the class, but you love the way that she ties from her neck into her shoulder, and just a really fancy kind of heifer. And running out her class, the same can be said for this female. She's got lots of depth of body, just need to stouten her up here for today to be moving on. But a really impressive set of Angus heifers here in our second split.
Well, thank you very much, Aaron. We do have the placings in split 2 in Class 31, the Black Angus purebred females born in 2025. In first place, let's recognize the Brooking Rose 5144. That's entry number 93 with Paisley Robertson. In second place, entry number 96, Brooking Rose 5077 with Kiefer Morrison. Congratulations.
Hey, Aaron, I just want to let you know they said I'm pulling away from you on the time side by about 10 minutes now, and I read that as they want me to talk more. I know that's your worst nightmare, but I'm going to take it as a compliment. Over on the Shorthorn side, my hat's off to the Shorthorn breed, and well, I've got you. I'm going to tell you this. I had the privilege of sitting on this show committee for a lot of years. I was the ringman in this show for almost 15 years, right out of the gate when it started over in the old stadium. I've watched this show and had the chance to judge a small portion of it a year ago. And like I said, I've been the ringman for a lot of years. And there's something different this year that I think is really important that we recognize. And that's the number of cattle showing up at the gate that are printed in the show program. It's always been an issue in this show where it's been a long week. kids are tired and cattle are tired, and a lot of dropouts happen at the gate. And I want to just salute everyone back in the barns that are making sure these cattle are showing up at the ring with the kids on the halter. I think it's such an important thing that if you've entered and you've made the commitment that you be here, and it looks like that's happening. And so my hat's off to all of the breeds Aaron and I have had the privilege to sort thus far. On the shorthorn side, again, we come back to those foundational pieces of structure and soundness and ability to get out and around the ring. Of course, we add those niceties of attractiveness and show ring appeal. And with all of those pieces in mind, I'm going to go ahead and stay with the heifer calves. I think this is such an outstanding pair of young females that have such a unique future about them. They are extremely sound and good in their joint design and construction. And so the roan heifer will be your breed champion, and that crimson heifer will be your reserve.
And your overall shorthorn champion goes to entry number 126, 6F Perfect INF 75N, shown today by Bronwick Zwicker. And your reserve champion overall, staying in that calf division, entry number 133, Shady Brook Red Kiss 4N, shown today by Nicholas Dempsey. Congratulations. Over in Ring B, we now have split 3 in the show pen. This is the Black Angus purebred females born in 2025. Entry number 101, Justamere GFA Frontier Gal 314N with Hannah Hoberg. Entry number 102, Perot Rose 15N with Talia Perot. Entry number 103, Twin Creek Countess 1N. Entry number 104, Rosilvia SC Miss Beauty 30N with Lee Schuldigan. Entry number 106, Noble Eldarine 7N with Shay Noble. Entry number 107, Rosilvia SC Miss Zexi 19N with Rio Noble. And entry number 108, 4G Donna 504N with Tatum Howerlock. Class in the ring is Class 31, split 3 in the Black Angus purebred females born in 2025. Following this class, we'll bring in our top 2 out of split 1 and 2 and 3 for the overall champion, female born in 2025. Class in ring A right now is class number 41. This will be split one of our commercial females born in 2025. We have entry number 140, Reed's Anera, 257N, Hunter Reed. Entry number 142, Spellbound Charlotte, 502N with James Pick. Entry number 143, CGH Nelly, 202N, Brady Hansen. Entry number 144, Tip Missy Natty, 4N, shown today by Caitlin Thackeray. Entry number 35, Perot's Black Betty, 24N, Rocco Perot. Entry number 145, CK Blackberry, 20N with Hallie Ballon. And entry number 146, IPU 92L, Tia Lisa Lynn, 1N with Zane Lavat. This is split one, and it's the only split in the commercial heifer calves.
For here in Ring B, we've got a really exciting set of Angus heifers here in the ring. One that it's fun to sort really good cattle, and this class that we had here in the ring was a lot of fun. We started our class with a female that just really puts, blatantly combines the pretty and the power all in one package. You know what? She's a long-bodied female. She's incredibly big-topped for her frame size. She's long, but for even how long-bodied she is, she maintains that top line quite well. She goes out and tracks well enough for me here today. A female that just puts a lot of pieces together, and of course is dropping just a beautiful udder underneath her. The heifer in second place is a little bit different type of heifer. She was at first, she's not maybe one that hit me quite as hard as some of the others in the class. But when it came down to it, I love the way this heifer is constructed. She's sound enough for me here today. She tracks out nice. She's deep-bodied. She's really nice through her front end. You know what? Could she be powered up when you compare her to that heifer in first place? Of course she could. But this is the Angus breed, and what this heifer really does is have a lot of maternal power, and I think she fits into that second hole quite nicely. Not to take away from a really stellar set of females that we left standing here. This heifer that is up here at the front, one that in terms of her power and depth tracks our first place heifer quite similarly. Where we'd like to change her is just in that shoulder and neck design. We'd like to smoothen her up in that front third and how she extends from that shoulder to her head. We just like to extend her out a little bit for her to come out of class here today, but one that undeniably has some power to her. This heifer in second place, one that really just you gotta love when this young lady gets her stuck. We love that she's got lots of chest to her. She's long-bodied. She's straight in that top and bottom line. We just like to change up that shoulder construction a little bit. We like to give her a little bit more angle. We like to settle that point of the shoulder down a little bit into her top line. But one that I love the head construction that this heifer has and the femininity that she has, and just one that in a different class could have come out of it quite easily. Going to a heifer now long down the line here, that the depth of body that she has, and she has a really cowy look to her, one that she's got some boldness to her. We just like to soften her down a little bit on her top line and maybe extend her out a little bit when you compare to these heifers that started our class, but one that definitely fits the type and kind that we're looking for here today, and one that's going to have a bright future ahead of her. This next heifer we've got in the class, she was the problem heifer for me in the class for sure. She definitely fits the type of our first place heifer, one that I love to like the body, the power that this heifer has. For me, it's when you get in behind her, when she's on the move, she gets a little narrow base for me here today. We'd like to stouten this heifer up. We'd like to send her a little truer when she gets out on the move, but one that, like I said, patterns so similarly to that first place heifer. She was certainly in the running here today. Down here on the end, another big-bodied heifer, one that I definitely like that about her. We just like to extend her up through that front end and smoothen her up through that shoulder and just pull this heifer apart in general. We'd like to stretch out that hip and the body that she has, but it's undeniable this heifer has a tremendous amount of body to her, and for that she's going to make just an awesome little cow for this young lady.
Well, thank you very much, Aaron. We do have the placings down for Class 31. This is split 3 in our Black Angus purebred females born of 2025. And in first place, we'll be returning to the championship drive in the calf division. Entry number 107, Rasilvia SC Mizexi, 19N, showed today by Rio Noble. And entry number 104 was in second place, Rasilvia SC Miss Beauty, 30N, with Lee Scholigan. Coming out of split 1 in the Black Angus purebred females born in 2025, we'll have entry number 88, Murray Magnolia, 122N with Nevada Murray. And entry number 82, Brooking Beauty, 5215 with Tennessee Walter. They'll be returning for our championship drive. Out of split 2, we're going to bring back Brooking Rose, 51-44, and Paisley Robertson. They'll be joined by entry number 96, Brooking Rose, 50-77, with Kiefer Morrison. Again, the two exhibitors that are just walking out of the ring. Entry number 107, Rosilvia SC Ms. Zexi, 19N with Rio Noble. And entry number 104, Rosilvia SC Miss Beauty, 30N, and Lee Schuldigan. Class in Ring B is the overall championship drive for our Black Angus purebred females born in 2025.
Over on Ring A, we've moved into the commercial division, and I'm so pleased to see Agribition incorporating more of these crossbred cattle into the show programming. It is naive of any purebred breeder to think that our commercial customers are only using one breed, and I think it is the responsibility of purebred breeders to be encouraging our customers to take advantage of heterosis and to be mixing these breeds together in terms of improving their own bottom line. I think that's something Aaron and I take very seriously, and I know we work with our own commercial customers to source breeds from to put in their bullpen. Better cattle make the whole industry better, and when you can take advantage of multiple breeds to do so, I think it's a win-win for everybody. A little bit of a give and take in terms of our top two, and if you wanted to leave them the way I'd had them originally, I wouldn't argue with you. I think when we are given the opportunity to spend some time in the ring with kids, we deserve to give them the greatest opportunity we can, and I hope that these young members feel that Aaron and I are doing that today. The heifer I'm going to use to start the class is one that's, she's the longer bodied heifer of the pair. She's more elongated in her type and kind. She does tend to rise up out of her skeleton just a little bit as she gets and goes, and I think part of that is, and we saw it when she first came in, she is fighting the halter just a little bit. That's maybe restricting her movement ever so slightly. The longer she's in here, the more she's relaxing and the more settled she is in her top line. I switch these heifers based on natural width. When you get in behind these heifers, I think this first place heifer reads with a little bit more natural shape to her loin and up through her forerib. When we analyze her from the rear, I think this heifer is the longer bodied of the pair. She is more elongated through her front third, but like I said, I did struggle with the way she does tend to pop up out of her loin just a little bit when she gets on the move. I'm confident in my decision that that's the one that does need to start this class, though. This heifer in second, you absolutely love her from a softness point of view. She's got so much center body, so much natural shape through her middle third, and I just love that about her. She's a female that gets around the ring with ease. She is the more moderate of the pair, and you can give and take on frame size all day, whether it's larger scaled cattle or more moderate. I think the reality in our industry is that a hook is a hook when these cattle get into the kill floor, and that is what we're producing. It's beef, and so whether you've got an 800-pound carcass or an 1,100-pound carcass, they take the same space on that kill floor. And so where your preferences lie are up to you. This is the way I see these two females today, a really high quality pair of heifers to start this class. I want to talk about that young April heifer at the front, one that's highly presented, gives you an absolutely killer look from the side, a heifer that just gets outpowered in terms of base width and power dimension end to end, but one I think that has quite unique features that could be a really unique opportunity here a year from now. Young Man with the Baldy heifer does a really nice job getting that one shown. A heifer that's just a little bit more plain in her construction, doesn't give that really awesome silhouette when we analyze her from the side. This Young Man with the solid black heifer here in front of me, if you're a parent that has young members that are learning more about showmanship and all these things, I'd love you to go to cattlevids.ca following the show and watch this young man. This is an absolutely killer showman, and he'd be more than welcome to show one of ours all day. It's a pretty talented young man. That heifer just gets a little bit straighter in her joint construction. She doesn't push off those rear hocks with the fluidity that I'd like her to today, but that's a really good heifer. The red heifer here is one that you absolutely love from a dimension, power, and overall shape point of view. She's just a little bit more raw in her construction compared to the heifers above her. I'd love to square her off her hook and pin set if I could, but that's one that reads like a future mama cow for sure. And the heifer that rounds out our class is maybe the problem heifer for me. She's very moderate. She's not the high-performing female in the ring, and that's okay. Where I would change her is give her some more shape through her lower bone. She wants to get just a little bit flatter and lighter in her bone construction compared to the heifers above her, but one that you absolutely love in terms of body and cowy look. That's a really unique group of commercial females over on Ring A.
Well, thank you very much, Joe. Again, we do have the placings in split one and only one split in our commercial females for our heifer calves. We'd like to congratulate your champion. Goes to entry number 35, Perot's Black Betty, 24, and Rocco Perot at the lead shank today. And second place, and also returning to our championship drive, will be entry number 145, CK Blackberry, 20 in, shown today by Hallie Ballon. Again, that was the placings in commercial heifers, split one. Again, the only split born in 2025. Aaron, it's all yours.
Well, I do apologize to the kids here in the ring on the Angus side, but I do blame whoever told Joe that he could talk more, because he's going to take advantage of it. On our division championship here on these Angus females, we got 6 in the ring here that I really love. I think you're able to, from this division, really see the type and kind that I'm going to be looking here for today. Some females with some length and depth of body, so with some angularity through their front end, females that are sound enough, have some freshness, and all 6 of these females I think really exhibit that. There are 2 females though in the ring that I really feel that really do that even more. Some females that have maybe a little more power, maybe a little more freshness, maybe a little more eye appeal than some other heifers in the ring. And for those reasons, I'm going to go out and select my champion, reserve champion Angus heifer calves here for the junior show here at Agribition.
And your champion coming out of split 3 is entry number 107, Rosilvia Mizexi, 19 in, shown today by Rio Noble. And your reserve champion coming out of split 1, entry number 88, Murray Magnolia, 122 in, Nevada Murray. Again, congratulations. Back in Ring A, Class 41. We're back into the commercial division. Pardon me, Class 43. This is the yearling division, 2024 models. We do have one split in this class. Entry number 148. PCF Millie 74M with Taylor Reed, entry number 149. Misty Lindsay Myers, entry number 150. Spellbound's Paralyzer 402M with Caden Pick, entry number 151. Perot's Merlot, 33M with Cozy Perot. Entry number 152, CD Linda, 4200 with Gracie Borson. Entry number 153 will be a scratch. We're going to round out this class with entry number 154, TCF 004 Maternal Molly, 47M with Camden Ulstadt. Class in the ring is split one, and the only split in class 43, the commercial females born 2024. In Ring B, we're going to go into class number 33. This is the Black Angus purebred females born in 2024. We do have a couple splits in this division. First to walk in to be entry number 110, LSP Erica 1M, shown today by Mara Vogel. The entry number 111, Boss Lake Ms. Dixie Erica 411M with Danielle Young. Entry number 112 will be a scratch. We're going to move on to entry number 113, Fryburn Blackbird 36M with Jordan Fry. Entry number 114, BCC Lady Wren 4102 with Landon Brandel. And entry number 115, 6 Mile Empress 98M with Emily Makey. Class and ring is split one, class 33. The Black Angus purebred females born in 2024.
As we move into these commercial bred females, again, I'm presented with a group of females that you can sort a lot of different ways depending where your preferences and priorities lie. I'm going to give the nod to a female that I think is quite unique in terms of her construction. This female is so sound, and she's another one, I mentioned this in a previous class, she's deceiving in terms of how much mass and shape and natural dimension this female has. You get in behind this female and she really is quite unique in terms of all she has to offer. A female that's extremely sound on the move, and I just love so many features about her, particularly the silhouette that female has to offer. I don't want to take away from the heifer in second, because quite honestly, in terms of looking at these females in 2 to 4 or 5 years, I think the heifer in second is going to run away with things. Way I see him today, though, that heifer in second is just getting a little bit pushed out in her brisket. She's starting to really get very heavy in baby. She's starting to drop in her top. She just doesn't offer that look from the side profile, and she doesn't balance up quite as nice as the heifer that wins the class. This is an outstanding pair of 2 females, though. Each of them have an awesome udder dropping underneath them, and 2 that I think could be really interesting a year from now to bring them back with a calf at side and just see how right or wrong I might be in the way I see him today. The heifers that continue to stand in line, the young lady with the black heifer here is one that's going to be a really functional and user-friendly type of mama cow down the road. Looks like she's got a really tidy and clean udder under her. Really like the teat size on this heifer. That looks like they're going to be really small and have a lot of longevity bred into them, and I like that about her. The heifer here in front of me is one of the longest bodied heifers in the class. She gives up the natural softness through her middle third as we analyze her compared to some of the other heifers in the class. She wants to pop up out of that tail head, and I'd love to just settle that in about her. The baldy heifer here is one that I really, really like the body condition of. I think she's presented to us in a really nice rigging today, a heifer that you like so many pieces of. Where I'd love to change her is just soften her teat construction ever so slightly. I'd love to shorten them up and make them a little less coarse than they are today. Of course, she's starting to drop an udder, and we recognize that, but that's where I would make a tweak on that female. A really nice set of 5 commercial bred females.
We now have the placings in Class 43 and the commercial females born in 2024. In first place, let's congratulate entry number 148, PCF Millie 74M, shown today by Taylor Reed. And in second place, entry number 151, Perot's Merlot 33M with Cozy Perot. Those 2 exhibitors will join entry number 35, Perot's Black Betty 24N with Rocco Perot, and entry number 145, CK Blackberry 20N with Halle Ballin. They'll be coming out of the calf division in the commercials. They will be going for the overall Grand and Reserve Champion commercial female. Again, we're very pleased to have Mr. Murray Nelson, the Agricultural Manager, Saskatchewan and Manitoba, standing out there in the ring with the presentations. Again, 45 consecutive years the BMO has been a sponsor here at Canadian Western Agribition. How about a nice round of applause for BMO? That is supporting the industry right there.
Took an extra minute here on this first split of yearling Angus heifers. Just wanted to get another look at the way these females are moving, and that really is a bit of a challenge on splitting these heifers out here today. We started the class with the female that's where she wins the class, absolutely. She's the freest moving female that we have in the class. She's the most extended through her front end. She's comes to us a little fresher than some of the other heifers in the class. She has a little more frame on this female, but that certainly doesn't bother me at all. One for like I said, in terms of a movement and presence standpoint, this heifer comes to the top of our class quite easily. Where we get into some nip and tuck and some back and forth is when we follow into that second hole. There's a few heifers in this class that you could argue that they'd follow into that hole, and but we went with the stoutest made female in the class, the biggest middled female in the class. Would I like to freshen this female up? I would. Would I like to settle her down when she in her top as she gets out on the move? I would. But at the end of the day, there's so many pieces to this female that I do really like. She's big hipped, she's nice skulled, she's extended enough for me here today. Maybe not so as much as the female that starts our class, but enough for me definitely to land in that second hole, and one that there's so many pieces to this female that I do really like. These females that we left standing here, starting off the class, just an April-born heifer here, and you definitely got to take that into consideration when we compare it to some heifers that are much older than her. Long-bodied, a feminine type of female, just gets out-horsed a little bit in terms of power and presence when you compare it to the other females in the class, but one that I think is going to have some longevity and go out and be a good mama cow for this young lady. This heifer that we got standing next, one that I just love the side profile of this heifer. She's so deep-bodied, she's so flat in that underline and in top line. When you compare it, she was definitely in the running for moving into this second hole, but when you compare it to the heifer that we did move in second, she's not quite as stout-made, she's not as long-hipped as this heifer, but similarly to the heifer in second hole, we'd like to freshen her up. This female is getting a little pushed out in that brisket for us here today, just like that in second place, but we definitely don't want to take away from the femininity and just the attractiveness that this heifer has. And this young man does such a nice job of getting this heifer stuck and lined up for us here today. Rounding out our class, another big-bodied female, one that maybe tracks very similarly to our first place female. For her, we just like to straighten up those back pasterns on her. She comes down and hits those a little hard and just a little weaker on those when you compare to those heifers above her, but one that you love the length of body this heifer has, the volume, and just the attractiveness in general that she has. So a female that definitely is good in her own right, and in a different day or in a different class, she could definitely be moving on. So really nice set of Black Angus yearling heifers to start off here.
Well, thank you very much, Aaron. And coming out of Split 1, Class 33, the Black Angus purebred females born in 2024. Entry number 111, first place, Boss Lake, Ms. Dixie Erica, 411M, shown today by Danielle Young. Then in second place, entry number 113, Fryburn Blackbird, 36M with Jordan Fry.
Over on the commercial side, one of the things that Aaron and I really work hard to consider when we're judging multi-breed shows is breed character, and so we try to take those things into account. I did visit with each of the exhibitors in the commercial division about what breed their female was, and then tried to, balance the attributes of each breed combining in that heifer's genetic makeup. I think that it's really logical for me to stay with these bred females. I mentioned in class they're quite different in terms of their type, but they're two females that are very sound on the move. They've got plenty of shape, and they both are dropping really beautiful udders. I think, like I said, a year from now, if you told me I was wrong and brought a baby out to prove it, I wouldn't argue with you. But the way I see them today is the way they stand, and we're going to stick with these bred heifers to be the commercial division champions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. And your grand champion coming out of the commercial division in the 2024 model was entry number 148, PCF Millie 74M, shown today by Taylor Reed. And also staying in that yearling model, Class 43, your reserve champion, entry number 151, Perot's Merlot 33M with Cozy Perot. Congratulations. In ring A right now in our show, we're going to move to class number 46, the Red Angus Division, purebred females born in 2025. This will be split one. Entry number 155, a red SVR, Ms. Fry, JA, 72N, Eva Muxlow. Entry number 156, a red cod, Amber, 216N, Corbin Reed. Entry number 157, red 6-mile cheetah, 144N with Gus Reed. Entry number 158, red mark back Ruby, 74N with Morgan Debenham. And entry number 159, red Steen ELF Elf, 2246 Alley, 57N with Lane Steen. Entry number 159 will not be in this class. They have chosen not to participate today. Class in ring B right now is split two. In the Black Angus purebred females born 2024, we have entry number 116 ASM, Gattle Eldom, Lisa, 406M with Bryn Stepler. Entry number 117 SVR Lady, 305M with Seeger Anderson. Number 118 will be a scratch. We're going to go to entry number 119, Golden Oak, 1054 Magnolia, 435M with Nevada Murray. Entry number 120, Tehran Jaybird, 64M, Casey Adams. Entry number 121, Black Gold Ms. Tibby, 133M with Lee Sholigan. And entry 122, 4G Rose, 443M with Kira Howerluck.
Really fun set of yearling Angus heifers we have here in the ring, and there are some different types and kinds out here, but every one of these heifers has some good to offer the beef industry for sure. We started the class with a female that just from every angle, and as soon as she hit the ring, she just stood out in this class. She's really combines everything that I like about each and every female in this class all in one heifer. She's long-bodied, she's soft-made, you know, she's getting heavy in calf now, and of course, you know that she's maybe not as free-moving as some cattle we've seen today, but she's certainly free-moving enough for me, considering that she's going to be dropping down and having a baby here in a little over a month. So, but a female that when you really analyze how she's put together, where she, that length of body she has, for how long a body she is, she still holds that top line up really nicely for us here today. and I think she's going to be dropping a nice udder as she moves forward. And then just even in terms of a show heifer, all those niceties that we like, that shoulder angle is right. She's got some extension. She's nice scald and flat top. So just a heifer that for me just came to the top of this class quite easily. This heifer in second place is one that follows her the most similarly in class in terms of her body and that strength over her top line. Yes, like I mentioned about the first heifer, these heifers are getting heavy in calf, and what I really like about this female is she's holding that top line up. What I would like to see this heifer just pulled apart a little more. When you compare to that heifer in first place, she's just not as long bodied, she's not as long spined, but one that you'd love how she's designed through her front third. She's extended through that front end, how she ties in from that neck to her shoulder. Just a female that really rounds out our top two quite nicely, and one that I think is, as she matures into a cow, is going to be a really impressive female. These females that we have still standing, a long-bodied heifer that we have up at the front of the class, one that could just be stoutened up a little bit when you compare her to some other females in the class, one that we like her head, we like her soundness and what she's going to offer this young lady moving forward. But like I said, just needs to be a little more powered up and stouter when you compare overall. This heifer, we move on down the line, one that is comparable in type and kind to this heifer that we have in second place. We just need to freshen this heifer up. She's getting plenty full for us today. That brisket's getting pulled out in front of her, and because that is just restricting her movement, and she's just not getting around nearly as well as some of the other females. But like I said, the fact that she's heavy in calf is definitely contributing to that, but one that I think is just going to be a good brood cow for this young man that's doing a heck of a job in the ring here today. This next heifer in line, she was a bit of a trouble heifer for me, and she was definitely in the running for our top three. One that matches our first place heifer quite similarly for a lot of ways in terms of her length of body and her power. Where I really struggled with this heifer is just that top line. She falls quite steeply behind that front shoulder. Yes, she is getting heavy in calf, but when you can compare the heifers above her in the class that are able to hold that top line up, that's just where she lands still standing as opposed to coming out of this class. But one that you got to love for her length of body and that center middle that she has, and saw some attractiveness for this female. And she'd be one that'd be interesting when she comes back next year with a baby beside. I think she could be really competitive. Rounding out our class is one that just maybe lacks some of that attractiveness that we've got some of the other females in the class, a long-bodied, a big top kind of a heifer, but one in terms of just a show heifer type and just lacks some of the balance compared to these heifers that we're going to pull out of the class, but a really nice, functional, fun set of yearling Angus heifers here in Ring B for our second split.
Well, thank you very much, Aaron. We do have the placings now in Split 2 in Class 33, our Black Angus purebred females born in 2024. In first place, let's congratulate entry number 119, Golden Oak, 1054, Magnolia, 435M. And in second place, entry number 120, Teron Jaybird, 64M with Casey Adams.
Over on the Red Angus side, I'm going to start the class with a female that's so well balanced. She's seamless in her construction, and I love the way she blends from end to end. She's just so well put together. I love how flat she is in her shoulder and how that blends into her brisket and up into her neck construction. A female that's extremely sound on the move and good jointed. One that's just so attractive from her side profile as well. That's a really nice heifer calf to start off this class. The heifer calf in second and maybe reads with a bit more brood cow character. She's a little bit more robust in her shape perhaps than the heifer that wins our class. She's not quite so balanced though. She wants to a little bit more brisket coming out through that front shoulder, and she's not quite as nice through her hook to pin set as the heifer that wins our class, but a really a heifer that reads as a future brood cow to me, and one that is certainly sound and good footed and looks like she's got a lot of future. The young lady there with the heifer calf just turning out, doing a nice job, gaining some confidence in the show ring. That's a heifer I'd love to just adjust the angle to her front shoulder to give her some more ease of movement as she gets on the go. She just doesn't have the reach off that front shoulder that I'd like her to see. The heifer that is just coming back into line there is probably the longest bodied heifer in the class. She's extremely attractive when this young man gets her parked. Where I'd change her is the top of her shoulder. She wants to roll the top of her scapula more than I'd prefer, and that tends to just change the way she reaches off that front leg. But a heifer, like I said, is extremely attractive and well presented today. One that's going to be a nice mama cow for that young man.
Thank you very much, Joe. The placings on Split 1 in our Red Angus purebred females born in 2025. In first place, let's congratulate Entry number 157, Red 6 Mile Cheetah, 144N, shown by Gus Reed. And in second place, entry number 158, Red Marmac Ruby, 74N, with Morgan Devon. The class in Ring B right now is the champion and reserve champion yearling Black Angus female. We have coming out of split 1, entry number 111 and entry number 113. And out of split 2, we have entry number 119 and entry number 120. We're going to bring split 2 in now on our purebred Red Angus females over in ring A. Entry number 160 will be a scratch. Entry number 161, Red DKF Miss Jukebox, 12N with Hadley Anderson. Entry number 162, Red Coburn Cora, 5002, Lexi Coburn. Entry number 163, Red Terron Renee, 43N with Casey Adams. And entry number 164, Red DKF Miss Hank 2N with Hunter Bryce. Again, this is split 2 in the Red Angus females born 2025.
We've got our Angus Yearling Division Championship here in Ring B, and 4 females that I think really match what I'm looking for here today. Some females with some substance and some body. What it really is going to come down here today is some females that there's 2 to me really stand out. It's a top. I'm going to be honest. My top 2 are quite close in terms of where I'm going to go, but there's just some little niceties and little bits and pieces to each of these heifers that I prefer, but there's just going to be come down to a few little things that's going to separate them. But 2 females that I think they're going to be very exciting and going to be very competitive when we stack them up against the heifer calves here in a few minutes.
And your grand champion coming out of split 1 is entry number 111, Boss Lake Ms. Dixie Erica, 411M, shown today by Danielle Young. Your reserve champion coming out of split 2, entry number 119, Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia, 435M with Nevada Murray. Congratulations. We'll get our official pictures done, and then we're going to be coming back in with the overall grand and reserve champion in the Angus division. Of course, returning to the overall grand and reserve champion drive will be the 2 females we just acknowledged in the yearling division. To be entry number 111, Boss Lake Miss Dixie Erica, 411M. Be joined by entry number 119, Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia, 435M. Coming out of the calf division, we have entry number 107, Rosilvia SC Miss Zexi, 19N with Rio Noble. And entry 88, Murray Magnolia, 122N with Nevada Murray.
In our second split of Red Angus heifer calves, we've certainly got some variance in terms of type and kind. And I think for me, the heifer that comes to the top of the class does so from a completeness point of view. She doesn't overwhelm you in any particular way, but she's the most sound in her design. She gets around the ring with the most ease. I like her flexibility of joint. I would love to settle her down in her loin just a little bit if I could, but I appreciate the center body of this female. And with that much mass through her mid-third, she's still nice enough through that front shoulder and up into her skull. That's a female that, like I said, puts the most correct pieces together for me today. The heifer in second is the most moderate heifer in our class. I don't mind that about her. I like the center body in this female, similar to the heifer that wins the class. She's probably the best in terms of front shoulder up into her skull. Where I'd change her is her hind wheels. I'd like to make her just a little bit more true as she gets on the go through her hind leg construction, particularly from her hock down to the floor. But a female that lands into that second hole based on center body and overall dimension. This heifer and stands in front of me is extremely impressive in terms of an overall body and power point of view. I really like that about her. I'd love to just true her up through her hind wheel and give her some more ease of movement there. And then the same could be said on her front shoulder. She wants to get a little bit more bold through the point of her shoulder and a little bit wider in her shoulder construction. That just inhibits her ability to reach and flex as she gets on the go. And I'd like to tweak that about her to move her up in the class. I'd say the same about this heifer coming in now. I'd love to push her shoulder in and make her just a little bit freer moving off that front shoulder. She gets a little bit more round in her construction and her muscle pattern, and you can see that from her hook to pin set down into her stifle, just a little bit more round in her pattern. A nice set of Red Angus heifer calves in this second heat.
Well, thank you very much, Joe. In the placings in split 2 in our heifer calf division in the Red Angus. In first place, let's congratulate entry 163, Red Tehran Renee, 43N with Casey Adams. And in second place, entry number 161, Red DKF Miss Jukebox, 12N, being shown today by Hadley Anderson.
Over here in Ring B, we have our champion Angus female, and 4 females that I really like a lot of pieces of. Every one of these females I think is going to go out and make not only an impact on each of these programs, but also in the beef industry in general. It's so exciting to see so exciting for the Angus breed to see this caliber of cattle out in their junior program, and any one of these females, are quality, are champion quality for sure. For me, I'm going to go out and select the 2 females that I feel fit that what we're looking for here today the best. But that being said, on any other given day, we could switch these females up, of course. But it is my job here today to go out and find the females that I feel are the best as we see them here today. So for that, we're going to go out and I'm going to select our champion and reserve champion Angus female.
And your champion coming out of the yearling division, entry number 111, Boss Lake, Ms. Dixie Erica, 411M with Danielle Young. Also coming out of your yearling division will be your reserve champion, entry number 119, Golden Oak, 1054, Magnolia, 435M with Nevada Murray.
In our Red Angus calf division, we've got 4 females that I think exemplify what the Red Angus breed is about. It's a maternal opportunity for the industry. I think structure again is going to rule the day, and with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and use the heifer calf out of the first split. She just balances up so nicely from end to end. She's extremely good in her joint construction, and I love how fluid this heifer is on the move. She's the freest and easiest moving around the ring, and I just love that about her. So she'll be your calf champion. We're going to go ahead and use the heifer calf out of our second split. She matches in terms of body design most similarly. I do appreciate the freedom of ease she has. She does, like I mentioned, come up out of her loin just a little bit more than I'd prefer, but that's a pair of heifers that matches up quite nicely in our calf division.
And your champion heifer calf is entry number 157, Red 6 Mile Cheetah, 144 in with Gus Reed. Your reserve champion, entry number 163, Red Tehran Renee, 43 in with Casey Adams. In Ring B, we're moving into the Charlet division. This will be Class 51, females born in 2025. We do have a couple splits in this class. We have entry number 169, Longview Tiffany, 41 in with Declan Allen. Entry number 170, SBY Elsa, 550 in with Katie Kolonowski. Entry number 171, McTavish Jewel, 82 in with Hayden McTavish. Entry number 172, Nira Nirvana, Moment 1 in, Sarah Wimp. Entry number 173, HKS Ms. Lane, 51 in with Elise Howe. Entry number 174, SVY Jewel, 536 in, Briar Blanchette. Entry number 175, PCCX Nancy, 51 in with Haley Caldwell. Entry number 181, CTU H. Lake, Miss Berkeley, 22 in, Fisher Cavers. And entry number 186, CKE Carissa, 7 in with Elliot Englot. This is split one in the Charlet females born 2025, class number 51. Oh, okay. Where in the heck am I now? Okay. No, you got it. Class in Ring A right now is class number 48. This is Red Angus Purebred females born in 2024. Entry number 165, L83 Millie, 437M with Tana Lee. Entry number 166, L83 Tink, 493M with Tegan Lee. Entry number 167, Red Coburn Lassie, 4071 with Lexi Coburn. And entry number 168, Red Cinder Fry, JA 1129M with Tavania Yoder. Split one and only one split in our females born in 2024 in the Red Angus division.
It looks like Aaron's got his work cut out for him on the Charlet side. That's a big, impressive set of heifer calves, and I don't envy him right now. I don't think he'd envy me, though. This is an impressive set of Red Angus bred females as well over on Ring A. We're going to start with the female that is just an undeniable presence when she comes into the ring. She is the largest scaled female. She's got the most power, and there's just no denying that. She's a big girl, but she's got all the goods to back it up. There's plenty of heifer here. She's dropping a beautiful udder. She does push the upper limits of body condition for Aaron and I. She does get on the upper echelon of where we'd love to see her at this point of view. That does hold her up in her movement just a little bit. She's not quite as free moving as I'd maybe prefer her to be, but she's just an undeniable beast. She is so much presence in this female, and she comes to the top of this class based on that. Maybe the most intriguing heifer is this one in second. She's an April-born female. She's not as far along in gestation. She's not as far along in body condition, and that's maybe what brought her into second. I love the freshness of this female. She's just so free moving. She gets around the ring with ease. She's attractive and long-bodied. She doesn't hit you with the overall presence that first heifer does, but you have to love this female for her flexibility and the way she's put together. I think a heifer that in time could maybe be the mama cow of the group. I like that heifer a great deal. Like I said, she gives up some of that overwhelming presence that we get from that first place female. This heifer that we left standing in class is one you like a lot of pieces of. I'll be honest, for me, she's maybe a little bit too on the moderate side. This is, I wouldn't even say moderate, I'd say borderline smaller framed female. It looks like she's dropping a nice enough udder. There's lots of female there in terms of body, but I'd love to stretch her out and just make her a tick bigger to run with these heifers ahead of her. The heifer that rounds out the line here is one that's maybe getting a gain on the outside limits of where we find body condition. She's pushed out in that chest more than I'd like, and that's opening her up in her shoulder. But a heifer you appreciate when she's parked. This young lady does an outstanding job of presenting this female. Again, I'd just love to settle that shoulder in and give her a little bit more ease of movement as she gets around the ring. A really unique set of Red Angus bred females.
Well, thank you very much, Joe. Certainly do appreciate the comments on this good Red Angus purebred female born in 2024. Again, in your champion in the yearling division is entry number 167, Red Coburn Lacey, 40-71, shown today by Lexi Coburn. And your reserve champion in the yearling division is entry number 165, L83 Millie, 437M, shown today by Tana Lee. These two exhibitors will join entry number 157, Red 6 Mile Cheetah, with Gus Reed, along with entry number 163, Red Terron Renee, 43N, with Casey Adams, for the overall Grand and Reserve champion, Red Angus female.
Well, this was certainly a challenging set of Charolais heifer calves to start our day on the Charolais side here. There's definitely some different types and kinds out here and some give and take. And what it really comes down to for me is what my priorities are and what mine and Joe's priorities are in cattle. And that's how we landed on our top two. Our first place female here, she's, for us, in terms of her type and kind, she wins this class pretty handily. She's sound, she's soft, she's got enough power, she's got some breed character to her. Just a female that I love a lot of things about. She's got the right teat size, and really just how she gets out in the move and how she tracks is really just sets her apart in this class for sure. Now where my real challenge was in second place. There's a lot of heifers in this class that at different points as they walked around the ring or as they stood still, there was a different heifer in second place a few times, just depending on what we're looking for. We decided to go with a heifer here that, to be perfectly honest, when they first came in the ring, she wasn't in second place. But where she landed in second place for me here today is for a couple things. One is she does have some movement on those back hocks. I'd like to see a little more movement, but in terms of what she, in comparison to some of the other heifers in the class, she's going to land in second hole. The other big thing is her teat size. She's got a really nice teat size coming underneath this heifer. She's long-bodied, she's straight-topped, a big-barreled kind of heifer. Not the deepest-bodied heifer in the class, but one that I think just puts enough of the right pieces together to land herself in second hole. We're moving and move on down our line here. Just an April heifer calf here that's at the front here. When this heifer's parked, you know, she is so impressive in terms of her look. She is so well extended through that front end. She comes out of that shoulder so high. She's big middled. She's got some muscle shape to her. We're just going to have to change up those hind legs a little bit for us today. When she gets out and tracks, she just isn't nearly as true as this heifer that starts our class. And for that, we're going to have to let her stand. But a really impressive young-born heifer there that we left standing. Another just solid foundation kind of female as we move on down the line here. A heifer that's maybe just a little plainer in her type and kind, but one that you definitely gotta love for her length of body, and she's got some depth of body there as well. Moving on down the line, another female, one that a nice deep body kind of heifer. We just like to change up that hind leg set for her in terms of how she gets around the ring when you compare her to that first place heifer, but one that she's got a lot of good in her and has a bright future ahead of her. This heifer that the young lady is showing here, this heifer was in second place for a little while, but I had to be a little hard on her just in terms of a teat size piece. That those teats are just a little bit coarser for me, so for that we didn't pull her into that second hole, but this is a sound made kind of a heifer, and a heifer that I really like for her breed character and just a really solid foundation kind of type of female that I may be being a little hard on today, but those foundation pieces of structural soundness and teat and udder size are so important to us, and with sticking with that, she's going to stay standing. Another really attractive heifer here that we have next, and when these heifers are stood up like this is a heifer that you could definitely argue could be pulled out. The challenge with her today is just when she gets out on the move. She's quite short striding. She doesn't like to push off those back hocks like the heifers that we're pulling out of our class, but one that we got to love for the way that she comes out of that shoulder and the attractiveness to this female. Another female that we round out our class, that we're moving on down, a deep-bodied kind of female, just a touch flatter made and got a little more tail head on this female when you compare her to the ones above her, but one that we really like. And at the end of the line here too, a female that I looked real hard at again, but going back to that teat and udder size piece, we just like to shorten those teat size up a little bit on this female, but one that I love the depth of body that she has. She has some length of body and just some soundness to her, but we're just going to be a little hard on that female there for today, and if you disagree with me, that's perfectly fine, but this was just a really interesting set of females from top to bottom, and you could pull some really interesting pieces from every one of the heifers that walked into this ring.
Well, thank you very much, Joe, Aaron, pardon me. You know, he just wants to speak. He just wants to speak so soon. I'm just trying to delay him a little bit more, okay? Okay, sorry about that. Aaron, we do appreciate your placings in the purebred females born in 2025. Again, your first place coming back to the overall drive will be SVY Elsa 550N with Katie Kolonowski. And your reserve, entry number 186, CKE, Carissa 7N, Elliot Englot. And Joe, it's your turn.
I promised he's been called worse today already. In our Red Angus Breed Championship, I'm really happy with this group of females. And, you know, I'll be honest, I've spent a lot of time in the Red Angus breed, not as a breeder, but as a close friend to some breeders. And it's just such a pleasure to see the quality of the females that we've had in this breed. It's not been the biggest breed, but certainly high quality. We're going to go ahead and stay with the bred females. I think this is a really intriguing pair. They're a little bit different in their type, but I think there's a lot of future in terms of mama cow here. So we're going to use the 2 bred females for your breed champion and your reserve.
And so your overall champion in the Red Angus division coming out of the bred section, as Joe referred to, entry number 167 is your grand champion, Red Coburn Lacey, 4071 with Lexi Coburn. Your reserve champion, entry number 165, L83 Millie, 437M with Tana Lee. Congratulations. In Ring B, we're in split 2 with our purebred heifer calves born 2025. We have entry number 176, McTavish Cinnamon, 4N with Emmett McTavish. Entry number 177 will be a scratch. 177 is a scratch. Entry number 178, Shard Creek, Nevada, 22N with Hannah Caldwell. Entry number 179, Hidden Lake Nancy, 13N with Paisley Barron. Entry number 180, Longview Versavage, 8N with Grace Whitus. Entry number 182, SKW Charm, 43N and Wiggles. And entry number 183, BRL Heather, 511N, Bennett Blachette. Entry number 184, PCCX Northern Princess, 50N, Peyton Caldwell. Entry number 185, W2 Miss New Germain, 5003N with Haley Debenham. And entry number 187, CKA Bernice, 1N with Scarlett Englot. I do apologize to you, Aaron. I kind of rolled 2 splits together there. So just your first ones are split 2. We'll get to split 3 later on.
Really fun set of Charolais heifers here to judge, and some interesting color that we've got in the patterns in the ring here, and that certainly adds an extra degree of fun that I know a lot of Charolais kids might not necessarily always get to do. We're going to start our class here with a heifer that puts the most pieces together. She's not the most powerful heifer in the class, that's for sure, but one that she's definitely the soundest. When she gets out on the move, she pushes off those hind hocks quite nicely. She's very fluid in her movements. She's right in her angles. She tracks through, and for that, this heifer is going to start our class. One that, besides that, she's got some top to her. She's got some levelness over that top. She's got some barrel. Not as powerful as our heifer in second place for sure, but to me, she reads a female that's going to go out and last for a long time and do a really nice job for this young lady moving forward. Our heifer in second is definitely the power heifer of the class, and when I think of a good Charolais heifer, this is the kind of female that I have in mind. She's big and bold through her middle. She's long. She's got a big hip. You can just tell that she's going to lay down and have some great big ripping bull calves for this young lady. It just gets down to that soundness piece when you compare to that first heifer that we had in the class. She's just not quite as true on those hind legs. She doesn't like to push off quite as well with those back hocks when you compare to that first place heifer. But not to take away from a heifer that has a lot of breed character and a lot of power to her, and one that I think is going to do a nice job, like I said, of laying down and have some nice bull calves for this young lady's customers. We got two heifers that are standing at side here still, two very similar type of females, long-bodied, up-headed kind of females. Where we'd like to change both of these is that hind hock, or in that hock construction. We like to have them both push off a little better off of those hocks, and just like I said, that soundness piece for us today is going to be so important, and for that reason, we held these heifers back and moved those others two along, but not to take away from two heifers, like I said, that are really long-bodied and had a lot of breed character in both of these females.
Well, thank you very much, Aaron. Again, placings in split 2 in Class 51 are purebred females born in 2025. First place, going to recognize entry number 180, Longview Versace, 8N with Grace Warriors. And second place, entry number 179, Hidden Lake Nancy, 13N with Paisley Barron. Now we're going to go to split 3 in our females, Charolais females. Entry number 182, SKW Charm 43N and Wilgos. Entry number 183, BRL Heather 511N Bennett Blachette. Entry number 184, PCCX Northern Princess 50N with Peyton Caldwell. Entry number 185, W2 Miss New Germain 5003N Haley Denham. And entry number 187, TKA Bernice 1N Scarlett Englot. Class in Ring A right now is Class 56. This is our purebred females with a 2025 tattooed calf at side. We have entry number 199, RWG Goodnight, L415. Calf at side, RWG Goodnight, N411. Brought to us today by Keston Holman. Entry number 200, also in the arena, at Freiburn, Georgina, 99L. Calf at side, Freiburn Blackout 1N. Shown today by Dylan Fry. Entry number 201, SBY Starstruck 338L. Calf at side, BRL Starstruck 544N. Briar Blachette. And entry number 202, Blair Athol AD 27C Saucy 14L. Calf at side, Blair Athol MKAD Spicy 35N with Hannah Lees.
Well, if anybody wants a challenge today, I'd love you to go through every breed in every barn and find me more variety in terms of type than we've got in this ring. We've got one end of the spectrum to the other. We've got 4 different breeds represented, and so I apologize for taking a little bit more time, but in terms of appreciating breed character, in terms of everything that these mama cows have brought to the table in their first year of production, I think it's certainly worthy to take a few extra minutes on these females. I'll be honest, the Charlet pair was my winner the moment they came in the ring. This is a large-scaled mama, but she floats when she gets on the move. She's so true in her skeleton. She's extremely good in her joint construction, and she gets out and move around the ring with ease. This is just a March-born heifer calf, so there's plenty of production value there already as well, and I appreciate the way that baby patterns after mama. I think this is a heifer calf for the world of future. I think that this is a pair that comes to the top of this group quite handily. The Angus pair in second comes there based on production value and structural integrity. I love the way that this female gets out around the ring. I walked them again, and when I split my second and third pairs, it's the way that this female moves around the ring. She's so true in her front wheels. They track dead straight, and then she fills her holes and covers those with ease. If I'm honest, I would love to pull this mama apart. She is on the smaller side for me. I'd love to see more of her. I think Aaron would probably agree with me as he's watching from the far side, but when you analyze her and from a production point of view, there's no denying the value that she's put into that bull calf. I think it's important that we consider generational improvement in these pairs. Every generation needs to be better than the one before it, and I would say that this mama has done that. So based on structural integrity, based on generational improvement, I think that's why this mama cow comes into second. I won't deny that this mixed colored pair here is my third. This cow is nothing short of impressive when you analyze her from a mass and volume point of view. I think she's just so impressive in that regard. This is an April-born baby, and I think she's passed a great deal of those traits on to her baby. In each case, I'd love to make them just a little bit more true. The heifer calf, I'd love to make her a little more true off of her hind wheel, and the mama, I'd make just a little more true off of her front wheel. When this mama cow comes at you, she wants to roll ever so slightly off of her front wheels, and I'd make that adjustment about her. And I'll be honest, that's what I was watching for when I did this second lap, comparing the black cow versus that big red cow. Our Hereford cow here is one that's so attractive. I love the way that this pair patterns similarly. I would love to just give this mama cow a little bit more balance to her udder. I'd love to just drop that fore udder ever so slightly and balance that out to compete with these cows above her. But I'll be honest, she landed in a real tough split, and this is a really high caliber group of 4 pairs. Again, if anybody wants to take that challenge and find me more variety, I can't wait to hear what you find.
Took a couple extra minutes over here in this class, but I knew I had that time since Joe was talking on the other side. We started our class with a female that, you know, there's 3 females in this class that I really went between, and depending on the day and what you're looking for, you could have sorted these 3 females quite a bunch of different ways. I decided to give the nod to the most attractive female, a very sound moving female. She's not the most powerful female in the class, I'll give her that for sure, but one that just is so attractive and put together so nicely, and she's just going to drop a beautiful udder underneath her. She's one that I could really see moving forward as a bred, as being a really attractive and competitive bred in the show ring as well. And this young lady, of course, does a beautiful job getting her shown. But for me today, for my priorities, this heifer's going to come to the top of our class. If I was going to get real picky, I'd like to see a little more heel under this heifer, but it is a bit of a challenge here to get a really good look at feet with all these shavings. But for what I could see today, she's got enough heel, but that is one thing I would like to improve on her a little bit. In second place here, this young lady is doing a tremendous job with this heifer. What I love the most is how this heifer is reacting with her. She's in here chewing her cud. This young young lady is just super, super impressive out here and doing a bang-up job, and she's got a heck of a heifer on the halter. What I really like about this heifer is how stout she is. She is stouter than that heifer that started our class. She's just maybe not quite as angular, maybe not quite as true on her hind legs as that heifer that started our class, but one that in terms of a boldness through her rib and a balance standpoint, she finds herself in second place, and one that I really like, and I think this young lady is going to have a lot of fun showing down the road. We're going to actually go to the heifer that's farthest away from here and talk about her. This is the other heifer that was absolutely in contention for our top two here, and you know what? On a different day, she definitely could have slid up into coming out of our class. Absolutely, she's just maybe not quite as balanced as some of the heifers above us. So we'd like to just level off that hip just a tick, but we're getting awfully picky, and like I said, that was an awfully close to her coming out of this class for sure, and one that I also really appreciate the breed character to her. These other two heifers that we got standing here, maybe two of the most powerful heifers we have in our class. This bigger frame heifer here, she is so long bodied and she's big top. We just like to soften her up, both over her top line and just soften her in that middle. And I guess the opposite could be said for the heifer that's moving out. What we'd like to do with her is just correct those legs, those hind legs, have them hit the ground a little truer, have a little more flexibility on those legs. But one that both those heifers, though, I love the breed character that they have and the power that they have for sure.
Well, thank you very much, Aaron. Again, placings in split 3 in our Charolais females born in 2025. In first place, entry number 185, W2 Miss New Germain, 5003N with Haley Denbenham. And in second place, entry number 187, CKA Bernice 1N, Scarlett Englot. We'll now invite back our first and second place heifers out of each of split 1, 2, and 3 in our Charolais division for the overall calf champion. Over in ring A, in the previous class, the purebred females with the 2025 tattooed calf. First place went to entry number 201, SPY Starstruck 338L. Calf at side, BRL Starstruck 544N, shown today by Briar Blachette. And entry number 200 was second place, Fryburn Georgina 99L with calf at side, Fryburn Blackout 1N with Dylan Fry. Currently in ring A, we have class 56. This is split 2 of the purebred females with their tattoo calf 2025 model. Entry number 203, HKS Ms. Lois 43L, calf at side, HKS Ms. Lois 33N, shown today by Matthew Howe. As well, we have entry number 204, Bonnie 31L, calf at side, AB Miss Molly 31N, shown today by Adrian Byman.
Again, a great deal of variety and just a pair of females in our second split of cow-calf pairs. I'm going to give the nod to this Limousin cow, who's such a balanced and well-matched pair. I mentioned in that last class something that we believe is really important is generational improvement. That heifer calf is outstanding. The cow is extremely good, but the heifer calf is outstanding. Both of them are really good in their design and their construction. I appreciate the joint movement that these females have. I would love to see this cow milking, and I have no doubt the exhibitor would too, but I think that udder is certainly tidy. It doesn't look like there's any real issues to be concerned about with it, but this pair really does come to the top of this class quite handily. Our Charolais cow that comes into second hole ran into a real tough competitor. This is an impressive mama cow when you analyze her from a mass and substance point of view. There is a ton of cow here, and I use that word literally. I think she might be close to a ton. She is a big girl. That's just a really impressive calf in front of her as well. I dare say generational improvement again. I think that front baby might be just a little bit better than her mama behind her, but a cow that I'd love to just tidy up that front teat if I could, give her a little bit more balance to that udder, and then just balance her out from end to end. She wants to break apart in her top ever so slightly compared to our front cow, and one that just some differences in type and kind, but I sure appreciate a lot about both of these pairs.
Thank you very much, Joe. The placings in split 2 in class 56, the purebred females with their 2025 tattooed calf at side. First place, we're going to go with entry number 204, Bonnie 31L. Calf at side, AB Miss Molly 31N, shown today by Adrian Byman. In second place, entry number 203, HKS Ms. Lois 43L, calf at side HKS Ms. Lewis 33N with Matthew Howe.
Over here in Ring B, we've got our Charolais Heifer Calf Championship here, and I'm going to be honest, there's a heifer calf in here that kind of runs away with it. One that I think really fits exactly what we're going to be looking for here today, and that is in terms of soundness, udder quality, breed character, some power and femininity. There's one that just really wraps that into a really neat package. When we go on to a reserve, we get a little tighter in terms of just some back and forth. I think what it's really going to come down to is some breed character. Actually, is where we're going to split the two females that are in the hunt for second or for reserve out here today. But overall, a really nice set of 6 females that we have here in the ring that I know that the Charolais breed is very proud of, and definitely a set of young people out here that they're even more proud of. So I'm going to go out and select our champion and reserve champion yearling heifer calf.
And your champion heifer calf is entry number 170, SBY Elsa 550N, shown today by Katie Kozlowski. And your reserve champion, entry number 180, Longview Versage 8N with Grace Whiteas. We do want to correct the placings that I announced in Class 56. Sometimes we can't quite see the numbers on our exhibitors. Again, 205 was your champion, or second place coming out of that class, 205. Again, that is RPY Payne's Lila 9L with her calf at side, MVHR Naomi 503N with Madison Robertson. We're going to move on to class number 53 in Ring B. This will be the split one of our Charolais purebred females born in 2024. The entry number 188, KR Annabelle 483M with Sage Buchanan. Entry number 189, BTT Magic 13M, Mackenzie Temple. Entry number 190, Breach MCC Rumplundments 4501, Claire Cadu. Entry number 191, McTavish Jewel 43M with Sawyer McTavish. Entry number 192, SVY TR Ms. Elsie 431M with Briar Blanchette. And entry number 193, Longview Royal, not 59M, with Declan Elam. This is split one in class 53.
We've got 4 pairs in Ring A that I sure think have a great deal of value and a lot to offer the industry. I hope that these are building blocks for these young producers' own personal herds. I can tell you that Aaron and I both grew up through junior programming, and we built our cow herds based on junior shows and the opportunity to buy one heifer a year. And I know that each time you add a heifer to your arsenal, you've got high hopes and you've got big dreams of what they're going to contribute to your work. And so I hope that these 4 pairs are that for these young people. We've certainly got some differences in type and kind again, but I think in terms of structure and all of those pieces that Aaron and I hit so hard every time, we're going to go ahead and use this black Limousin pair back here. They're so well matched. I think that's just a beautiful pair of females. I'll be honest, it is the heifer calf that runs away with things. I think she's just truly a unique female, and I absolutely love that female. We're going to use this Charolais cow for reserve. That's just an awesome mama cow, a high production type female, and I think they certainly have a lot of value to add to the Charolais breed. Congratulations. It is a ton of work to bring these pairs out, and so please give a round of applause to these exhibitors that brought pairs.
We'd like to congratulate our grand champion, purebred female with her 2025 calf at side. Grand champion goes entry number 205, RPY Payne Zalila, 9L. Calf at side, EMF HR Naomi 503N with Madison Robertson. Your reserve champion coming out of split 1, entry 201, the SVY Starstruck 338L. Calf at side, BRL Starstruck 544N Briar Blushette. Again, congratulations.
We're going to start these yearling Charolais heifers off with what I would really consider an ideal Charolais bred. Like I said before, we're going to be looking for a lot of breed character here today, and this heifer has enough power and substance to her that really matches that Charolais phenotype, but she matches that with some eye appeal and femininity up front. A female that's dropping a beautiful udder. She gets out on the move really nice here today, and just a female that comes to the top of this class very nicely here for us today. We're going to follow her with another female that I feel is very sound. She's going to drop a nice enough udder underneath her. She's got some volume to her. Just maybe not the power to the heifer that starts our class, but one that she's just a really feminine, pretty female that I know is going to be a lot of fun to show down the road as well. And bred the right way, this female could do a lot of really exciting things moving forward. Left in our lineup here, we've got this yellow heifer here, a really long-bodied, thick top kind of a female. We're just going to want to soften her up in her top there in order for her to place up with the 2 heifers that we pulled out of our class here today, but there's no denying that there's a lot of power and stretch in that female. We've got 2 more females here that you can tell these females are getting heavy in calf. They're really starting to drop, and of course that limits their movement around the ring a little bit, and that's really where we make the divide between them and the females that we pulled out. Of course, we would like to just tidy up some teat structure on this female that we got up, this first female here, but there's no denying the stretch and length of body that this heifer has, and that depth that she's already carrying at a young age is impressive for sure. A really attractive fronted female here we have at the back here. One though, like I said, if we could just tidy up those pasterns a little bit, she hits the ground a little hard on them. We like to strengthen those up a little bit and tidy that teat size up a little bit, but a female that you can definitely tell why this gentleman likes this heifer so much as well, with that attractiveness and eye appeal that she has for sure. A female that is going to be really neat for this young man moving forward.
Well, thank you very much, Aaron. Again, in first place, coming out of split 1 in our Charolais division, born in 2024. Entry number 193, Longview Royal, 59M with Declan Alum. In second place, entry number 188, KAYR, Annabelle 483M with Sage Buchanan. Class in Ring A right now is Class 58, bred and owned purebred females. We have entry number 206, Red Cobb Amber, 216N, Corbin Reed. Entry 207, near Nirvana, Moment 1N, Abigail Tillman. Entry 208, Edensville Empress, Nyla, 44N, Braden Mills. Entry 209, AJT, Miss Molly, 25N, Ava Tim. RBP Miss Caliber 6N, Rebecca Porter. And entry 211, ACC Legacy Lady, 204N, Chance Alstad. Again, we're very pleased to now that all the champions that we have been acknowledging in each breed, as well as the champion in the commercial division, they qualify. They would have received, again, if we can get this up on the big screen, DLMS, somebody if you can. This is the Calgary Stampede Western Elite Bred Heifer Invitational Qualifier. Again, so those folks who are qualifying out of this show at the Canadian Western Exhibition will have the chance next July to show at the Calgary Stampede. So what a great partnership between two of the greatest shows in the world.
Well, I can promise Aaron's going to be a little bit choked on the other side that I got to judge bred and owned, because this is absolutely his favorite class of the day. There is no greater opportunity to be given to kids than to show off what they're producing in their own work. And so please join me in a round of applause for these kids that raised these cattle. My hat's off to Agribition for including this in junior programming. I think it's one of the most critical classes we can encourage. I know that Aaron and I really are at the spearheaded, I guess, of the Canadian Junior Gelbvieh Association junior show we have each summer, and we are really working hard to create the bred and owned division, because if there's a future in the cattle industry, it's when we give kids ownership and give kids opportunity to make decisions and put them in the driver's seat that are going to propel their own work forward. And so my hat's off to Agribition for including this, and to these members for taking advantage of the opportunity. We're going to start in a very logical position for me with this black heifer. She's really bold in her type, and she's plenty long-bodied. I would love to give her just a little bit more mobility off of her hind wheel if I could as she gets on the go, but that's a really attractive, user-friendly type of female that I think has a lot of future in terms of her type. We're going to follow in with the Charlet heifer that's just lands in that second hole from a balance point of view. She's nicely constructed and well put together. I like her through her front third, and she's good enough on the move. She is certainly not as bold or as heavy muscled as the heifer that wins the class, but I think she's a really logical place to land into that second hole. Young man's Hereford heifer here is one that you love from a construction point of view. Again, I mentioned in the Hereford class, I'd just love to see more of her. I'd love to just give her more jam and more go to compete with these other heifers, but I think a female you appreciate from a construction point of view. The black heifer here lands in second, is one that really just got outgunned. When we analyze her from a breed character point of view, I'd love to see more of her for her age, but a female that gets around the ring well enough, and I'd love to just settle that tail head in if I could to move her up in class. The shorthorn heifer here is another one that we've seen earlier in the day, a female that just, I love the length of body, and I love the extension through her front third. I'd love to square her off over her hook to pin set in order to move her up. But congratulations to the 5 of you for bringing out your own heifer calves. I think that's pretty darn awesome.
Once again, thank you very much for the placings and the comments on this class number 58. This is split one in Ring A, the 2025. Is this the purebred female we're going to announce over here? Right, yeah. First place goes to entry number 210, RBP Miss Caliber 6N with Rebecca Porter. And entry number 207 is second place. And that will return for the Grand Reserve Champion Drive near Nirvana, moment 1N with Abigail Tillman.
Over here in our Charolais ring, we probably got one of the most consistent set of bred heifers that we've had in a class so far. And we started the class off with just a bell ringer, a female that she hits you right as soon as she comes in the gate. She's so elongated out of her front end. She moves so nicely. She's got a beautiful udder coming down. She's maybe not quite as powerful as our heifer in second place, but when you really analyze what this heifer has to offer, she comes to the top of our class. This heifer in second, I just want to comment on this young showman. I could watch him show any day. And I asked him a few different questions and he had an answer every time. I don't know if they were the right answer, but he had an answer and he was very confident in them. So I can definitely appreciate that. So you know what, young man, regardless of what you do in the cattle industry, you're a heck of a kid and good on you for being so confident out here. This female though, besides the young man that's on him, I just love her. She's big and she's bold and but yet she still has some femininity to her. She's sound enough for us here today and dropping down a really nice udder. So fits into that second hole quite nicely for us here today. And I'm looking forward to seeing her back in the bred heifer drive. These females that we left standing, this first heifer, one that we love the elongation of her. She's a long body, kind of attractive type of female, where we just got to tidy her uppers in that udder structure. Sure, we're, you know, that udder's dropping plenty early here for a female that's due in February. So we just like to tidy that up on her for her to be in the running here today. We go into two very similar type of females in terms that they got a ton of depth of body and thickness to them. The female that we've got still standing here, she just you may be getting a little full for us here today. We'd like to freshen her up a little bit, but one that you definitely love for the depth of body and volume that she really does have. And then here on the end, a female that was certainly in the running to be in our top two here today, just based on that boldness that she has through her rib and her big top. She's got a beautiful udder coming down, and she strides out true and strong, where she just, compared to those two heifers that we took out of the class, she's just a little plainer in her front end, and we just like to elongate her and smooth her up in those shoulders a little bit. But not to take away from a heifer that I really like a lot of pieces to, and one that I'd be excited to see what she looks like in a few years as a mama cow.
Well, thank you very much, Aaron. Again, the placings in split two in our yearling purebred Charolais division. Your champion the first place in that split was entry number 197, SVY Darlin 410M, shown today by Jackson Corner. And your second place, number 198, SVY Cover Girl 405M with Briggs Blachette. We're going to bring back in the championship drive for our yearlings. Coming out of split one, we have entry number 188 and 193. And out of split two, we just announced entry number 197 and 198. Currently in Ring A, Class 60. This is the bred and owned purebred female. We do have two exhibitors in this class. 212 TSS Katrina 3M, shown today by Harlan Osborne. And entry number 214, near Ms. Molly 2M, shown by Abigail Tillman.
Well, here on the Charlet side, I'm just going to say it. From the breeds we've judged here today, I think this is the most impressive set of females in our final drive on the bred side that we've seen in terms of consistency and breed character and soundness. These are 4 pretty exceptional females we have in the ring, and four that I think this Charlet breed is headed in the right direction if they keep pumping out females like this. There's a few different types and kinds out here, but in general, these females all have that power that we're looking for from a Charlet female. They have some soundness. They've got a ton of middle and body to them. And like I said, 4 females that I'm extremely impressed with and very happy with to have stand in our final drive of the yearlings here on the Charlet side. With that, there's 2 females that, for me, just accentuate those traits even a little more. And really, we're cutting hairs, splitting hairs here between a few of these females. But there's one I think that is just quite exceptional, and another one that just follows her so seamlessly. But like I said, 4 really, really impressive females out here in the Charlet yearling division.
In the bred and owned division of the yearling females, we're going to leave these as they stand. I love the freshness of this shorthorn female, and I commented on that when she came in. She's just presented in such a user-friendly fashion, and I really appreciate that about her. Where we really split these females is in udder design. I'd love to tweak that about this Charlet heifer. I grant she's probably way farther along in her gestation compared to the shorthorn heifer, but I'd like to just tweak the placement of the teats on this female and just give them a little bit more softness to move her up in class. Congratulations to both of you.
Again, we do have the placings. Again, your Grand and Reserve champion in the female division, or the 2-year-old division, again, is entry number 193, Longview Royal 59M. And reserve in the yearling division was entry number 197, SVY Darlin 410M. Placings in Class 60, the bred and owned purebred female born in 2024. First place, entry number 212, TSS Katrina 3M with Harlan Osborne. And second place, Near Ms. Molly 2M with Abigail Tillman. We'll bring our 2 calves in now. The bred and owned purebreds are being represented by entry number 210, RBP Miss Caliber 6N. And entry number 207, Near Nirvana Moment 1N.
Please, a round of applause again for this bred and owned division. It's such a critical building block of our industry. Congratulations to all 4 of you. We're going to go ahead and keep these heifer calves together for your bred and owned champions. The black heifer will be your champion, and the white heifer will be your reserve.
And congratulations to your grand champion, bred and owned purebred female, to entry number 210, RBP Miss Caliber 6N with Rebecca Porter. Your reserve champion, entry number 207, Near Nirvana Moment 1N with Abigail Tillman. In Ring B, we now have the overall champion and reserve champion drive. Coming out of our yearling division, we have your grand champion, entry number 193, Longview Royal. Reserve champion was your champion was SVY Darling 410M.
Well, it looks like we hit her pretty close in terms of landing both of these sides on about the same time, and I see Joe's come over. I don't know if he's figuring he needs his opinion on this one or not, but I've made my mind up on these females. We've got 4 pretty exceptional Charolais females out here in the ring, and there's 2, though, that I think in terms of what we're looking for here today just hit it spot on, and 2 that I think are going to be very competitive when we get all these females into the ring here for our championship drive here in a few minutes. So I'm going to go out and find and slap our champion and reserve champion Charolais female.
And your champion Charolais female is entry number 193, Longview Royal, 59M. 197. And your reserve champion, entry number 197, SVY Darlin 410M with Jackson Corner. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're just getting everything marshaled up in the back. What we're going to do is we're going to bring in the champions of each of the respective breeds, as well as the cow-calf divisions, etc. I'm going to place them over on the ring A side, and then we're going to bring in the reserve champions and place them on the ring B side. So representing the Maina coming in right now, your champion was entry number 1, Spellbound's Bonnie, 5'11" with Anave pick showing. Your limousine was entry number 18, EMF HR Naomi, 503N, Madison Robertson. Your Galvey Grand Champion was entry number 58, RWG Packland M320 with Wasey Hallman. Hereford Champion was entry number 77, Ella Miss Kitty 4014 ET with Lane Steen. The Shorthorn Champion was entry number 126, 6S Perfect, INF 75N, Rowan Zwicker. Your Commercial Champion was entry number 148, PCF Millie 74N with Taylor Reed. Your Red Angus Champion was entry number 167, Red Coburn Lassie, 4071 with Lexi Coburn. Your purebred cow-calf pair champion was entry number 205, RPY Paynes Lila 9L, Madison Robertson. The bred and owned female, your champion was entry 210, RBP Miss Caliber 6N with Rebecca Porter. Now we got to get the Speckle Parks in there too, don't we? We haven't finished them. We haven't finished all these guys. Oh, they got them already in here already. The Speckle Park champion was entry number 9, Wolf Lake Ozerna, 1N with Luke Brundridge. Your Simmental champion, entry number 36, Mater Rose, 71N, Stella Mater. Your Black Angus champion was entry number 111, Boss Lake, Ms. Drive, Erica, Nancy Young. Your Charlotte champion, entry number 193, Longview Royal 59M, Declan Alum. That's your champions in Ring A. In Ring B, we're going to introduce to you our reserve champions. And in the main reserve was number 3, Doneros Missanola, 1N with Kyle Spratt. The Gelby reserve champion, entry number 51, Flayland Katie, 36N ET, Braden Flayland. The Hereford reserve champion, number 78, Blair Athol, Dixie Bell, 140M, Hannah Lees. The Shorthorn reserve champion, entry number 133, Shady Brook, Red Kiss 4N, with Nicole Dempsey. The Commercial reserve champion, entry number 151, Perot's Merlot, 2347 with Cozy Perot. The Red Angus reserve champion, entry number 165, L83 Millie, 437M. Your purebred cow-calf pair reserve champion, entry number 201, SVY Starstruck, 338L, Briar Blachette. And your bred and owned female reserve champion, entry number 207, Nirvana with Abigail Tillman. Your Speckle Park reserve champion, entry number 14, KFC, Ms. Peppy 101M with Katie Cox. Your Simmental reserve champion, entry number 28, RF Scream, 5117, Cade Ronciere. Your Black Angus reserve champion was entry 119, Golden Oak, 1054, Magnolia 435N with Nevada Man. And your Charlet reserve champion was entered number 197 SVY Darlin 410M with Jack Horner. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a nice round of applause for your BMO Canadian Junior Beef Extreme.
Well, we've made it. When Aaron and I got the call this summer to adjudicate this show, I'll be honest, we were elated. We are so proud of the juniors in our industry, not only in our breed and the other breeds that we're proud to be associated with, but industry-wide. These young people are our future. And Aaron and I, at every opportunity, are just pleasured and humbled and grateful for any opportunity we have to spend time in a ring with a young person. And so when that call came from Kylie this summer, we jumped at the opportunity to sort this. We joked all summer when they told us about the new format with 2 rings. We were equating it to dueling pianos in Vegas. I'm disappointed no one has offered a paralyzer at this point because I've never sat in a piano bar in Vegas without one. So keep that in mind. We are just so proud of the group of cattle, and that all stems back to our gratitude and our pride in agribition. We are lifelong agribition supporters. I've missed one agribition in my 42 years, and it's just, if you are in the cattle industry, this is where you need to be. And our thanks and our gratitude to agribition for having us. Our thanks also to BMO. Murray and Chad, it's a pleasure to have had you both in the ring with us today. BMO has been long-time, generous sponsors of the Junior Beef Extreme, and it would be very awesome if you could join me in a huge round of applause for BMO. Aaron and I have strong beliefs about where our cattle industry needs to head. We all know that cattle prices are at a record high, cow numbers are at a record low, and so it's simple supply and demand. Our responsibility as a beef industry is to create the highest quality product that we can, and I think when you look around the ring, you certainly see that. Aaron and I hope that as you've followed along with us today, you've seen where our priorities lie in terms of structure, in terms of body design, in terms of udder design. Those are our foundations. And if young people in the ring and those of you ringside or watching online from around the world take one thing away from Aaron and I today, get your foundational pieces in check. You've got to have good feet. You've got to have joint structure. You have got to have udders. If you have those things, you can build a whole lot of stuff around that. I'll be honest, it's been tough for Aaron and I to sort through foot quality today. And there's maybe some cattle in the ring that might not be if there weren't the level of shavings that we have in the ring. But as beef producers, it's your responsibility that if you've seen something that you like, go find them in the stall. Open that conversation, get up on the mats and look at the feet under these cattle and find where they fit for your work. When I say your work, I think about the disconnect that exists between the commercial industry and the purebred. It's no secret that when commercial producers walk through agribition, they say, oh boy, my cattle don't look like that at home. It's our job as a purebred industry to shorten that divide and to bring people together. Agribition does that for us. Agribition is an opportunity to bring the best of the best in the commercial sector, in the feedlot industry, in the purebred seed stock industry, to bring all of those segments together. And so, on behalf of Aaron and myself, our thanks to Agribition, our thanks to BMO, and our sincere gratitude to everybody who's helped us in the ring. This is a bucket list item for Aaron and I. And the last thing I'll leave you with, juniors, set your sights high. You can't set the bar too high. The risk in setting a bar too low is that it's easy to reach. If you reach that bar real quick and real easy, the way that you appreciate your success later on is different. Set the bar high. Make it at a level that seems almost unattainable. Because when you do that, the sky's the limit. Thank you again, Agribition. Thank you, BMO. And thank you to the purebred industry for letting Aaron and I have this bucket list item. Thank you all. We'll go find you some champions.
All right, and your champion, entry number 193, Longview Royal, 59M, and congratulations, Declan Ellum, your extreme champion here in the BMO Junior Beef Extreme. And your reserve champion in the Canadian Junior Beef Extreme, entry number 36, Mater Rose, 71N with Stella Mater. Congratulations. Aaron and Joe, it's been a pleasure announcing for you guys. I think two of the best young men you're going to meet, and excellent cattlemen and great judges, and they explain everything, and they are perfect with our youth. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a nice round of applause for Aaron and Joe, and what a great job here this afternoon. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this portion in the GMC Arena. Our agribition staff have got a bit of work ahead of them. They're going to take down the center fence, get everything set up for the CN Supreme later on this evening. And again, if you want to come here, I would suggest you get a seat early. As well, there'll be the 50-50 tickets. We do encourage you to continue to buy and support the Agribition Foundation. The finals in the Maple Leaf Rodeo will be tonight at 7 o'clock over in the Brent Center. And if you feel like carrying on a little bit later, there's going to be a party in the dirt. It'll be starting 1/2 hour following the Agribition Rodeo, the Maple Leaf Finals. And I think we're going to go till about 1 o'clock tomorrow morning again. So have some fun, enjoy the sights, the sounds, and, of course, the smells of the Canadian Western Agribition. Thank you for taking time out of your day. God bless you, and safe travels whenever you're head out to go home.